All right. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order here on March 11th. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting here, and we're going to go ahead and get started with our first item on the agenda, which is a moment of silence. Does anybody have a moment of silence that they'd like to give? No? All right. We will go ahead and just conduct the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Justin, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
No, because of my disability, I can't remember all the words correctly, but I love my country.
Okay. Dr. Parker, can you lead us?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I apologize for that, Justin.
It's okay. It's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing what I have.
All right. So with that, we will move on to our consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Anything that we have?
No, Chair, we do not have any extra items.
All right. Thank you for that. We will move on to the consent agenda, and we have three I know for sure that we need to pull: 5.10, 5.11, and 5.12. Are there any others that anybody would like to pull on the board?
I'm having a hard, my laptop's not getting on the letterhead. I can't look at
Here.
I had the same problem.
Really?
it. Stop for
Yeah.
a minute.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is.
Here, look at it.
Yes. We'll go ahead and take a short break. Let's say about 5 minutes. Real quick, I think there's issues with our internet or something of the like, so we'll go ahead and take a short break.
I just used my mobile hotspot to get to where I needed to go.
'Cause I'm not having
it
an
wasn't
issue.
Turning on.
Let's take the short break anyhow real quick, and we'll move from there.
What was the third item that they're pulling?
We'll get back to it when I come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. We're back in. We're going to come back in session and go from there. We were on 5.0, our consent agenda items. As you know, consent agenda items are usually non-controversial, and we can pass them all in one motion unless they're going to be pulled. And it looks like, again, we have 5.10, 5.11, and 5.12. 5.10 will be pulled to a later date, so we won't bring that up today. And then 5.11 and 5.12 will be later on the agenda. Are there any others from the Board of Supervisors or the board here? No? You have any? And then, so anyone from the public can pull any consent agenda items as well if need be, and we can take those up as well at another time. All right, doesn't look like we have any, so we will go ahead and see if there's any action to be taken on. Well, there is, so if there's any action, please.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of 510, 511, 512.
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Next, we have our timed items, public input 9:02. We're a little past that, but at the same time, we will go ahead and move forward. I have one here. With public input, we will take any public comment for any item that's not, or any concern that's not on the agenda. Just know that we cannot comment or address the issue, but we will set you up with either your supervisor, or if you've spoke to your supervisor, get you in touch with who we need to in order to take up the issue or address your concern. And so, Angela, I see you. Would you like to start?
Hi, good morning, board. Thank you for letting me speak during public comment. I wanted to let the board know, as well as the public administration, that this Thursday, there's going to be a Clear Lake Hitch community outreach presentation right here in board chambers from 5:30 to 7:30. So it's springtime. The Clear Lake Hitch are running. They're state-listed species that are very special to us here in Lake County. And this is an opportunity for the public to be able to listen in on some current activities that are going on with Hitch, some of the activities at the state level. So we have presentations will be by the California State Water Resource Control Board, Habimatul Pomo of Upper Lake, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then Lake County Watershed Protection District. This event is being sponsored by the Lake County Farm Bureau. So thank you to Rebecca over there at the Farm Bureau for putting this together. And this will be live streamed on the County of Lake Facebook. Thanks to Sam for staying here late night on Thursday, helping us with that. And then it'll be recorded and available for future viewing on the Water Resources YouTube channel, and I believe the Farm Bureau one. But it will be available there. So I have flyers for the board members and some extra ones for any members of the community. And we hope to see folks on Thursday to learn about the Clear Lake Hitch.
Thank you, Angela. Did you want to, are you finished, Angela?
Oh, thank you
Okay.
very much for your time. This
All right.
ends my speech.
All right. Justin, did you want to come up? Did you fill out a paper as well? You can do it after, just that way you can submit for,
Help me with that.
yeah, I'm sure we can get some help.
Hello, my name is Justin Quayle, owner of Pillsbury Family Farms. I'm a proud member of our Lake County community, and there's some things that need to be addressed about extorting people. I had been robbed by the director of community development, and over a lot of the last 2 years, I've been in this relocation for 2 years. And we found out from the state that we had a license when our tot cannabis was seized. We found out that there was no service of paperwork on my gate. There was and I've been watching and seeing that there's legal processes that you guys set up that were not followed. And that's very concerning because I was told my greenhouse was a way that I was going to be relocated if I didn't get a demolition. I don't have the money to do that. But the grant paid for the demolition permit, but I'm not access to the grant because I'm kicked out of the grant program for filing complaints because of double payment. And in an email from the person said that I'm kicked out of the program and he's part of my relocation because I made a double payment and complained about it. This is a problem. You have people that are overseeing your rules that you make and making their own decisions. Directors saying it's their self-determination that you don't deserve to carry the product. That's a problem. There's a power problem when you have, I'm going to clean up my criminal past. What was already cleared by the last sheriff, but this sheriff didn't because I was tricked because of my disability. I am very upset. I've been the most transparent cannabis farmer here on every level. Not just with you, with the DCC, the treatment that I've been coming, that I've been told from the DOJ to the state, now the FBI, because she asked me to reach out to him to find out how I got my license. I got my license the legal way, the way that you guys set up. But this person is tearing down what you guys built instead of getting the rules changed first. She is using me as a guinea pig. All the way down to cannabis tours when I'm asking about them. Oh, you're going to lose them for 10 years. But there's people out there doing it. They're not losing for 10 years. So when does the threat stop? I've been the most compliant. I got a lawyer in Sonoma County that says it's highly illegal what's going on. We are submitting the threats of going to solicit a police officer to expunge my record. That's not, the DOJ has rules. We have rules. We need to obey them.
If you can wrap
Yes.
up.
But this needs to be handled soon. Thank you.
Right.
Have a nice day, everybody. We love you.
Can I make a comment? Mr. Quayle, you've been sending me a lot of correspondence on in a personal channel. Please, can you only use my county email address?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Mark Lips.
Honorable Chair and esteemed supervisors, I'm Mark Lips. We have the Ripe Choice Farm and Catering, plus former president of Lakeport Rotary and now the area governor of the Lake County Rotary Clubs. What I would like to talk to you about is inviting you to our lunch tomorrow. We have Rain Howe coming up and speaking as she's the executive director of the Polyclass Foundation. One of the things that I'm getting our Rotary clubs to do is build awareness of human trafficking. And I hope that Polly will say some really relevant things. I've had her speak. She spoke at Clear Lake Rotary Club, and the Kelseyville Rotary Club will be there tomorrow as well. What we want to do is, at some point, put billboards around the lake. We want to put posters in the schools. But I don't know if you guys realize, but California has now risen to be the #1 state for human trafficking. And one of the corridors for that is Highway 20. From east to west. And we're an easy county to hide in as well, or park your victims and then move them somewhere else. You don't hear much about it. I'm surprised there isn't more publicity out there about it, more stories done on it, investigative reporting. But one thing these guys hate is publicity. So if we can get these billboards, we can get this noise made in the schools and around, then maybe we can drive them somewhere else. Hate to send it away to somebody, make it somebody else's problem, but that's what we do, and then hopefully they will fix it, and we continue to chip away at these guys. But we invite you to come to the lunch tomorrow. It's 12 noon at Lake Event Design, which is 1855 South Main Street in Lakeport, and come check it out and listen to what Rain has to say. But hopefully, we can find some support at the county level as well when we get to really putting our plan into action. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any other public input? Anyone on Zoom? Sam, would you be able to promote, or I don't know if Sam's... So while we're doing that, we'll move on. If we have to come back to public input, oh wait, there you go. I see it. Okay. All right, good thing we waited. All right, so we'll start out. Donna, but if you can unmute and state your name for the record, you'll have your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Board. Donna Mackwitz, Redbud Audubon, and I'll be fast. One of the many things to love about Lake County is bird watching, and recalling back in 2019, the board signed the Night Sky Initiative, and shortly after came the announcement that the 2.5 million acre area of Lake County had been named the world's largest dark sky sanctuary. The supervisors recognized the importance of preserving our night sky. Redbud Audubon's, Lake County's chapter of National Audubon, primary focus is on the conservation of birds and their habitats, and wanted to share with you that every spring and fall, billions of birds migrate through Lake County, mostly under the cover of darkness. This mass movement of birds must contend with a dramatically increasing, but still largely unrecognized threat of light pollution. This past Saturday, an estimated 183,000 birds migrated through Lake County from 7 p.m. through Sunday at 7:30 a.m., with a peak of 101,000 birds at the highest point measured. The data was captured by Birdcast using Doppler radar and helped follow how the birds are doing in these changing climate times. A few more details about Saturday's flight. Their direction was north, the speed was 23 miles an hour, and the altitude was 1,400 feet. Lake County is recognized internationally as an important bird area, and I'd like to suggest that on the importance of the Night Sky Initiative, we could follow National Audubon's Lights Out program during peak migration time from March 1st to June 15th. The strategy is simple. Just convince building owners, managers, and homeowners to turn off excess lighting during the month's migrations overhead, helping birds have safe passage from their nesting to wintering grounds, and turn off lights from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. during critical migration periods. Thank you for your time and for your dedication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. iPhone XS Max, if you can unmute, you might have to press *6 and then state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hello, board. My name is Skyla Lewa. I would like to make a comment because I just watched on Zoom Jessica Paiska speaking up during public comment when somebody was making a comment, and I feel that that was something that she or county council could have relayed in an email. If Eddie explained the rules that nobody from the board has the right to speak during public comment, I'm wondering why she has the right to make that comment during public comment, and I see it as a violation of the Brown Act. On the other hand, yesterday in Potter Valley, somebody left a Frenchie and she looked really lost and we picked her up. She's on the Potter Valley community page. If anybody knows of somebody who lost a Frenchie out there in that area, please go to Facebook and look on the Potter Valley page. We would like to spread awareness about this lost Frenchie. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to 6.2, our pet of the week.
Sit down. Sit. He's not going to sit.
Hi, I'm Sarah Schramm with Lake County Animal Control. This week I have Jet with me. We chose to bring Jet. He is about a year old. He is very gentle for how large of a dog that he is. And a lot of these dogs get overlooked in the shelter just due to their size. So we wanted to get him out and get him exposed to public. He's been at the shelter for almost 2 months, which is a long time for a puppy. So if you would like to come meet Jet, our address is 4949 Hellbush Drive in Lakeport, and come down and meet him or one of the other big dogs. Come here. Can you sit? He's not going to sit right now. He's doing very good all morning. He's very gentle, though.
So sweet.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on to our 6.3, presentation of proclamation commending Operation Tango Mike for 22 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed around the world. And Supervisor Sabatier will be reading it, and I will be joining him.
I think we have a whole crew today. Please come on up, everybody. Ginny would really feel better if you came up. So today we have a proclamation commending Operation Tango Mike for 22 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed around the world. Whereas Operation Tango Mike has supported deployed military personnel throughout Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation New Dawn, Operation Onward Liberty, Operation Odyssey Lightning, Operation Inherent Resolve, and Operation Freedom Sentinel. And just to let you know, there's more, but we have to stop at one point. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has shipped more than 27,000 care packages to deployed personnel and assisted multitudes of military families. And whereas Operation Tango Mike coordinates annual collection and distribution of Christmas gifts and school supplies for military families. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has coordinated and hosted many welcome home celebrations and ceremonies for returning troops. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has assisted in honoring 3 of Lake County's fallen heroes in the global war on terror. And whereas the Secretary of Defense has recognized families and community members as the power behind the power. And whereas Operation Tango Mike fills a crucial role in supporting family members and loved ones of our armed forces and provides a compassionate community and incalculable moral support to families and loved ones. And whereas Operation Tango Mike will mark 22 years of unwavering support for military personnel and families on March 20th, 2025, and at their monthly packing party. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Operation Tango Mike for 22 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed throughout the world, passed and adopted this 11th day of March 2025.
I want to thank the board for the recognition and acknowledge that it's our community and our supporters and our awesome volunteers that have kept this going for 22 years. And, you know, the beat goes on. Troops are still deploying even though we don't hear about it. I got a Facebook message this morning from a young Marine that said, I'm about to be in a foreign country in a very unfriendly place. My buddies and I would sure appreciate some support. So, of course, the answer was yes. So we'll be packing for him on Thursday. And, you know, we're free for a reason, and that's those people that voluntarily raise their hand and stand on that line and sign. And, you know, when you came here this morning, I bet nobody thought you were going to run over an IED in the road or get hit by a rocket-propelled grenade here, and there's a reason for that as well, and it's our military. So please support our troops, honor our veterans, and never forget our fallen.
And I believe that we have a extra video to come along with this presentation. Sam, if it's possible to pass this video.
Jenny Craven, thank you very much for all you do and for your great success with Operation Tango Mike. You've had an incredible run of 22 years, delivered 27,000 care packages. You've put together a volunteer cadre that helps you do that. And together, all of you and your great work have really improved the lives of people who serve in the military around the world. Your work is important, it's appreciated, and I just can't thank you enough for all that you do. Keep it going, Jenny, you rock.
Thank you very much. Jenny, just want to say thank you for your 22 years of service. We were just talking a little earlier about all the logistics that you have to go through in order to get all these packages done. Hopefully we'll do like we've done in the past. We'll print out this proclamation in order to have those handed out into the care packages. Again, thank you for everything that you do.
So, real quick, I know that before I've talked about how I was deployed as a soldier as well and how a lot of the packages help with morale and whatnot. So what I really want to expand on is the fact that a lot of these soldiers at times are in these zones. They don't know if they're, it comes to your mind. You realize, okay, I may not go home. So when you have a little bit of letters and support from the home front, you actually feel a lot better. Any little thing that reminds you of home brings you to a point of at least wanting to move on another day, or you have a little bit of motivation. And so this work that Tango Mike does is very important. It's very special. I know it was special to me being deployed, and so the amount that it takes, and it keeps expanding to send these packages when it comes to postage, and then the rules, they're always ever changing. You have to write different things, you can't write specific. And so just know that, and at one time I think it might still be $5,000 a month, but it's going up, it keeps going up. And so I know that working with different businesses and agencies to try and support and work with Tango Mike to do some fundraisers and whatnot. And so if you know anyone out there that's willing to partner as well, or has places where they can do their volunteer work, because they come out and try to sell or auction or sell tickets so they can go to an event or anything like that. So just know that that's what it takes. It takes quite a bit. So if you're looking to donate too, it's a good nonprofit. So I just wanted to put that plug out there for you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
I was
Photo.
Hold on, you gotta do the picture.
That's, I When my brother was deployed, and I think I shared this with you before, it was before you started doing these packages, but just hearing from family members how much these packages mean and those connections from home, like Chair Crandall mentioned, I have deep appreciation for the work that you do. I wish I didn't have a standing meeting every month on your packing night. So if you ever have other opportunities, please let me know.
April 5th, we're doing a fundraiser.
Okay.
Follow our Facebook page.
Okay.
Real quick, if there's any other public comment, I didn't open that up. Any on Zoom? All right, we'll go ahead and do the picture, Sam. We're ready.
There we go. Have him trained. Supervisors?
Okay.
Have everybody? Yeah, right there. Perfect. That looks, oh, this is great. Let me get this. Okay. Let me get one more just in case I didn't find somebody smiling, and one more. Okay, there we go. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, just like before. Yeah, we'll be there with you when we do the reading. Yeah, standing.
Next Thursday, I will make it happen.
I'll get the copies. Perfect. Right, that was great. All right, next we have our 6.4, consideration of letters of support for the Lake County Historical Society application for grant funding, and this is sponsored by Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I would just like to invite Dr. Parker up to the podium and he can introduce this item.
Good morning, you guys. What a morning, huh? Woo! I think most of you have been to the Eli. If you haven't, you better get out there. I know that guy's been there regularly. We got a donation this year of 17 beautiful horse-drawn carriages, all different kinds. In fact, stand up, you guys. This is just one of the carriages, and this particular one was used in San Francisco to take women from the Presidio downtown to shop and then back to the Presidio. It's a very fancy, it's called an omnibus. We also have a 1906 original U.S. postal delivery wagon, horse-drawn delivery wagon. We've got a sheep herder's wagon. We've got a freight wagon. We've got beautiful 3 or 4 Surreys, with the fringe and everything, plus regular everyday people's get around town carriages. And it's just an amazing collection. They're all immaculately restored. And you can hook up a horse to any one of them right now today and take it around town. This collection, in order to keep it together and have it available for the public for educational purposes, Carol Biggs wanted to donate it locally. So she came to the Historical Society, we looked everything over, and she donated the whole bunch. Right now, most of them are in a hangar over here at Lamson Field. We need a carriage display house at the Eli Museum to display these carriages. We've put together a grant proposal to the Hobson Lucas Foundation. You probably heard of George Lucas. Anyway, he and his wife have a foundation. They give grants for this kind of thing. And we put together the proposal. We sent it off. We need some support for that proposal, so we came to you for a support letter. It's just an amazing opportunity. There's only one other museum in California that really has a collection of carriages this big, and it's down in San Diego. So unless you want to drive through LA to get there, you're not going to see them. But the collection is really neat because it gives you all the different types of transportation that happened here in California for all the different, I guess you would say, classes of people, all the different types of industries, from, the take your stuff to market wagons to something as fancy as this. When it's raining in San Francisco, the driver can be inside that thing with the leads going out to the horses through little holes in the front window. So, it's just like perfect. You got your nice hat on, your beautiful parasol, and you don't get wet in San Francisco. It's just an amazing thing, and I think if we can get this done, we're going to be the second only museum in California that has a collection of carriages and wagons like this. The lady that donated them has a stipulation. Whenever she wants to bring over a horse and hook one up and take it out, she has the ability to do that. That was her stipulation. The other stipulation was to keep them all together and in a protected environment so that they will last as long as possible. Anyways, I want to thank you all for helping out with this grant application, with your letter of support, and come on out to the Eli. We are the only all-volunteer, all-donation-run museum in Lake County. So we don't get any funds from anybody. It's just these two ladies run the whole museum right here. No, we actually have about 30 really good volunteers that come out. If you haven't been to the Fiddler's Jam once a month, come out to the Fiddler's Jam. It's a blast. We're doing everything to raise money for this thing. This is we got a GoFundMe page. We're also on June 7th, we're going to have a huge hoedown with the Fargo Brothers Band and a big barbecue and everything to raise money for this project right here. And come on out to the Eli and check it out.
Great. Thanks, John.
All right.
Dr. Parker. We're so lucky to have this museum and this collection, and we want to do what we can to help it be protected and also let the people of Lake County be able to see the carriages. So,
All right.
happy to support this letter.
Thank you. Dr. Parker, I appreciate all the work that you do when it comes to this historic, especially volunteers. As I've learned from you, the whole purpose of any type of archaeology or history is to know how we've lived and to keep that preserved, even when it dates back further than, in the, times before, settlement or anything like that. It's knowing how we've lived so that we can learn from that. And if we don't keep that, preserved and we don't, have the accurate information and, the carriages or any of the artifacts in place, then, it gets distorted, and it's just the way that things happen. So it's very important that we support and ensure that a lot of this is preserved. So I just wanted to thank you on that. I'm in support of this, obviously, and I think that I got a couple pens up here. So I'll start with Vice Chair, and then you have one too. All right.
Yeah, this is an amazing museum that we have out here available, and I'm highly in support of this and wish there was more we could do at this point, but I think it's something that we need to continue to be engaged with into the future and make sure that we help where we can. This is also a huge part of our economic development when we can, encourage people to come in here from other areas and visit the Eli Stage and the other museums that we have. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor, and then Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, just real quick, and I don't mean to nitpick on there, but it says we've seen tourists from 13 countries, 34 states, and then it says 142 California counties.
Oh, cities, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was wondering if we needed to say 42 counties
Right, I
or...
don't think we have that many yet.
So if we can change that to cities, that would be perfect. That would be the only thing that I would make a request for change. Other than that, fully support it. Thank you for bringing this to us, and glad people are continuously donating to enhance our museum experience.
Yeah, it's great. This county really is, well, the Tango Mike folks are a good example. This county really is all about giving back and giving to the public and trying to make the world a better place for those that come after us. That's my whole life is, my dad taught me that, we're only here for a short amount of time. So while you're here, try to make this a little bit better for those that come after us. All right.
Supervisor Owen?
Now, I would like to say thank you for putting this together. This is really exciting for me. And I know my grandfather drove some of the wagons, and the stages and the wagons here in Lake County, in South County, and in and out of the mines. And so this is pretty exciting. And I would love to come and see you guys. And I might even have some stuff I might want to donate.
Well, we're always open and looking for new ways to present history to the public. I've gone to museums my whole life.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of museums, you just walk in and there's a display and you look at it and you read something and you don't really experience history. You just kind of, you learn about it. But for me, it's a hands-on thing. I want to go in, I want to smell history. I want to taste it. I want to see it in action. When we put together our blacksmith shop, that's perfect. You walk in there, you smell the coal burning, you hear the sounds, you see what's going on. It's that, to me, that's what a museum should be doing. And I think these wagons and carriages, they're going to work right into that. It's perfect. That's why we have the Fiddler's Jam once a month. You go there, you can see the music, you can hear the music, you can dance to the music. It's like stepping back into the 1860s, 1870s, and we don't have time machines, but if we did, I'd certainly want to use one. I'd want to go back and talk to EJ's great grandparents. I mean, we got 700 generations of Native American people in Lake County. That's history. I mean, that's.
And you're a big part of helping preserve that. I know that, I was reading through my aunt's information over the weekend, and your name was listed on the Robinson Rancheria when they initiated in the 80s. Your name was listed on there. I was like, I didn't know he was part of Robinson, too, of that, so it's just.
I did the original archaeological survey for that land when it was put into status for the reservation. Yeah. And, I've been doing this since 1971 in Lake County, where this county is just like the end of the rainbow. If you're interested in history and prehistory. The oldest lake in the Americas. Does it get any better than that? It doesn't. But thank you.
They were using these carriages up into the 20s and 30s, and I think even close to the 40s, because my great aunt Frida, I'm sure said when she was young, when they would drive out to the Yocha Dehe tribe to go, visit for funerals, she said we'd get on the carriage and,
get
they were using it that far in. So
it's amazing, and it's just to be a part of it here in Lake County is just really special, I think, just thank you all for all your support. Come out to the Eli. We're having a blast out there.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead and open it up to the public if there's any comments that anyone would like to make. Anyone on Zoom? Oh, look, we do have someone. Thank you.
Hi, Elaine Brown. I walked in late, so I don't know, for marketing of your place, I don't know, in the fall, if you can have a fall festival down in Lakeport, or for Christmas, where I'm from, Visalia. At Christmas time, they have horse-drawn carriages, on Thursday night, and it's part of they're open till 8 p.m., and then it's just part of the fun of having a horse-drawn carriage. So it might be a way to market, but you might have already talked about that, so just putting that out there.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone on Zoom?
All right.
Okay.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board and.
All right. Well, before I make the action, I just want to remind everyone that you can join the Historical Society. There's all different levels. You can make an annual contribution right to the society, and Fiddler's Jams are the first Sunday of the month. They're always really fun. If you haven't been, Supervisor Owen, check it out, especially in the spring.
First Saturday or Sunday?
First Sunday.
Okay, this has June 7th?
That's
the hoedown.
That's
Okay.
the hoedown, but there's the monthly Fiddler's Jam. All right, and I move that we approve the letter of support for the Lake County Historical Society application for grant funding and authorize the chair to sign as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. All right. Next, we have the 6.5, consideration of presentation by UCCE of the Beneficial Burning and Land Stewardship Program, and the UC Extension will be coming up. Hello. Matthew Barnes will be leading this, doing the intro.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Matthew Barnes, Area Director, University of California, Cooperative Extension. I'm here this morning to introduce Ali Sung Jazernik, our new Beneficial Burning and Tribal Land Stewardship Academic Advisor. Allie's been with us for just about 5 months now, and her position is the first of 3 created by a larger initiative from the University of California. There's 3 positions throughout the state meant to engage with tribal nations throughout the state. Allie comes to us with a bachelor's degree in conservation biology from UCLA and a master's degree in environmental justice and ecosystem science management from the University of Michigan, where her graduate research focused on community-based participatory research and tribal partnerships. So with that, I will let Allie take it over.
Yeah, you have to talk to the mic.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I'm Ali Sung-Drezik. Nice to meet you guys. As Matthew stated, I'm the UC Cooperative Extension, Beneficial Burning and Tribal Land Stewardship Advisor. A little bit about me, since I am new and just want to do a formal introduction, and Matthew already kind of went through some of that, but originally I grew up on Moekba Ohlone territory in the East Bay area in Oakland. And I did my bachelor's degree at UCLA in Geography and Environmental Studies and Conservation Biology. And then I did my master's at University of Michigan doing environmental justice, behavior education, communication, and ecosystem science management, where I worked with the Sault Ste. Marie tribe in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, if you guys know where that is. It's a really beautiful place, really special for the tribe up there. Working on a co-management plan with the university and the tribe, and some of those negotiations and facilitations for those listening sessions. Some of my focus research and areas of experience, just a really broad overview, obviously Indigenous rights and self-determination. I had a really great Indigenous professor, Kyle White, who I learned a lot from, and kind of was able to take me under his wing and kind of show me a lot of just about cultural burning and about the tribes in general, and tribal sovereignty, and as well as data sovereignty. And I really worked with the community and listening and learning and hearing from them, and a lot about community-based participatory research, as well as the fire history and ecology. I also worked a lot in fire suppression policies, climate adaptation and resilience, and a lot of my other background work. And one of the reasons I think I was hired for this position was for regulatory support for the tribes with CEQA and NEPA planning, as well as potentially biological monitoring. And so that's a really broad overview. And the overall program goals and objectives, the overarching goal for this position is supporting tribal communities and building a more fire resilient ecosystem that aligns with their social, economic, and cultural priorities. And a lot of that will be determined by the tribes. And I know this position has been in the works for the past year or so, but I really want to hear from the tribes and have them lead and determine what this role looks like going forward. And so a lot of what the next year will be going forward will be just establishing relationships and doing introductions like this. And then I have a needs assessment that I'll be doing, which will dictate kind of how the program looks. Again, we'll just be kind of going through and listening and learning from each of the tribes here, because there's so many, and having them kind of determine what this program will look like going forward, as well as hopefully fostering reciprocal partnerships. And I'm really wanting to hope that this role will be equal, and we all will be at the table determining what this looks like going forward for the university and the tribes here in Lake and Mendocino counties. And some of the work going forward, potentially down the line, will be organizing educational workshops and community events for the tribes and for community members at large. And from what I've heard so far and some of the support that some of the tribes are potentially needing is potentially pre and post fire monitoring, supporting culturally significant species and other tribal stewardship priorities. And that's just a small part, and that's totally going to be determined as I learn more and hear more from the tribes later this year. So that was a really broad overview, and I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions, and there's a lot to be discussed for this. And so, yeah, I can open it up to the floor or anyone.
Oh, you got it? Okay, well, thank you for that overview. I know, Matthew, when you started, we talked about tribal engagement and whatnot. I know that there's a very difficult task to burn on actual tribal lands, but I do know that the territories, when it comes to cultural artifacts and whatnot, so like different areas that the tribes have ancestral ties to, they work in those areas to do the burning and whatnot, and so I think that's where it's going to come in handy with the partnership on that. And then also later on we have a presentation by Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, and I'm not sure if you met with them yet or anything like that, but they do a majority of that work. They're a nonprofit. Of course, everyone knows that. I'm just saying it again for the.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'll leave it to, I think, Supervisor Pyska, you have a comment?
I'm delighted to meet you. We have been working in collaboration with the Risk Reduction Authority, with the local governments and tribal governments for many years, expanding capacity and working to also expand collaboration and co-stewardship. And I'm super excited that my Terra friends are here today. But I want to invite you to the Risk Reduction Authority meetings if you're able to. We have a slot it's the third Monday of the month, and we do have a slot for UC Extension to participate. It's very exciting to have even more resources to help bring the good fire back to the land. So thank you for coming, and thank you, Matt, for bringing her. I'm just beyond excited that you're here today and ready to join us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, no, welcome to the team, and I think that your goals are necessary goals for Lake County to reduce, mitigate all the fires that we've been experiencing. My curiosity, I guess, is, so we passed not too long ago, and maybe I'm overlapping things that shouldn't overlap, but we passed not too long ago the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the CWPP. I think that's the acronym for it. And we had a kind of a fluid exhibit section, and we approved just not too long ago the Lake County Fire Protection District for their specific projects. As you work with all the different tribes throughout Lake County, will that potentially come out as an exhibit that can get added to the CWPP, so we are all aware of all the different projects and how to align our projects to work together rather than it being separate?
You know, I don't know. I think I would say that it could be added. I know that the CWPP, I think, was just recently developed, right? And so I don't know what the process would be to get that in there, but I think could definitely be something we can look at going forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You can connect with Terry Logston in our office. She's our climate resiliency officer who's for the county's part been managing the CWPP.
Oh, great. Yeah, I think I might have heard. Yeah. It would be great to meet you.
Right. All right, she's here, and then we'll follow up, and I think in the risk reduction, they might talk about that as well. Another thing just to add is that, like last year, there was a opportunity, and it ceased past because of the fire danger at times. We get those red flag warnings, but a lot of work for vegetation in general, for fuel reduction, but then there's also a lot of our tributaries have a lot of vegetation in them, and one of the best attributes or one of the best methods is to burn them, especially when we're looking at some of the permits that we have to deal with in regards to the state. And so since it's not a disturbance into the actual channel per se, the burning might come in handy, So I think with that partnership with the other nonprofit and some others, I think that might be something we can do because they're definitely needed, because of the flooding. So.
Yeah.
It's great to see the work. I appreciate it, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And yeah, I'm definitely interested in fire and water and kind of those intersections and all of that. So thanks for having me.
All right, if there's no one else from the board, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone on Zoom? All right, well, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Good? All right. We will move on to, or should we take the break?
Actually, we can take one quick item, and then IT will be down here at 10 o'clock.
Okay, one quick item.
7.3.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take 7.3 up. All right, consideration of updates to the 2025 Board of Supervisors Committee assignment list. And we will have Carolyn come up.
Hello.
Yep.
Good morning, Board. Today before you is an update on your 2025 Board of Supervisors Committee assignment list. So these items that are on the memo were either not included or had been updated from the original assignments on January 7th. And the one that I would like to bring to your attention is the Tree Mortality Task Force. We're going to ask that you remove this from consideration today, and it can be addressed at a later date as needed. And then the rest of them are just updates to make sure that we are transparent with all of the assignments that the board is tasked with. So if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
I guess my quick question is, are we removing that because we've had it on our agenda to approve as a official committee and we haven't quite done that yet? Is that the reason?
There's some other information that has come to light that we're going over that would determine that this does not need to be on the committee assignment list.
Okay.
And we can discuss that at a later date.
Okay.
All right. Any other board comments? Did you have one? Go ahead.
No.
Oh, so I'll open it up to the public if there's anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item. No Zoom? All right, bring it back to the board.
Well, with that, Chair Crandall, I would move to approve the updates to the 2025 BOS Committee assignment list with the exception of the Tree Mortality Task Force.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and take the break. Come back together at 10:05. All right. And you get your internet.
I mean, it ebbs and flows.
All right. Welcome back from short break, I'll say, and we'll move on to the next item. It is 6.6, consideration of presentation to accept and file the 2025 roads project and the 2026 regional transportation plan / active transportation plan update. This is by Public Works. Glenn Mart is the director, and he'll be presenting this. It's Glenn March, like March or the month. Sorry about that.
It's my mom.
I don't know why I said Mark.
Is that, yeah. Ready? Okay. Good morning, Chair Crandall and members of the board. My name is Glenn March, the Public Works Director. I'm here to provide an update on the road work that we intend to do this year in the county. I'm not going to address bridge work or landslide work as part of this presentation because I think we want to focus on roads. Our road division, the Public Works Road Division, is going to do 37 miles of chip seal this year in Kelseyville and in Lower Lake. We are going to bring a construction contract to the board in the next, probably the next meeting on the 28th, to award the construction contract for the Cobb area pavement rehabilitation project. We're currently working on the Kelseyville sidewalk project in the environmental phase. It's already been designed, so once the environmental phase gets done and we secure the funding for construction, we'll advertise a project. And we're also doing the speed signs throughout the county. As far as the designs go, we are going to wrap up the design of the South Main Street project and Soda Bay Road project. We also are going to do the Nice Lucerne cutoff, the east portion, that has a very low PCI index. And I'm going to hire an engineer to conduct a study of our school areas and our business districts, just for the installation of additional signage or appropriate signage, as well as do pavement markings. And this will be our crews that will be doing that work. I did mention landslide repair projects. So I think we have about 5 landslide repair projects that we're going to begin design on. Someone expressed interest in Morgan Valley Road. Last week we had received our funding letter from Caltrans. So we'll be getting started on that project very soon. We probably have 20 bridge repair and replacement projects, and we do intend to begin the design of where we have Bailey bridges, the temporary bridges. We're going to begin the design of the replacements of those. We are also going to do pedestrian crossings at schools throughout the county, as well as Main Street in Lower Lake. So in the next few weeks, I'll be bringing a contract for grant writing and support services. So we're going to aggressively pursue grants for projects. We have some consultants very interested. So I'm looking forward to getting them on board. We applied for a $21 million grant for the South Main Street and Soda Bay Road widening. That was submitted in end of January. We intend to submit a CDBG grant application for the next road rehabilitation project. And I would like to get STIP funding for the Nice Lucerne cutoff pavement reconstruction. So I want to discuss the 2026 Regional Transportation Plan and Active Transportation Plan update. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the importance of these plans, these two plans, along with our local road safety plan, is to identify projects that help us get grant funding. These plans identify the most important projects in the county. And because these are countywide plans, we cite these plans and the projects within the plan in all our grant applications. So in developing our list of plans, I believe these plans need to be updated thoroughly. First opportunity to identify future projects is our capital improvement plan. So we'll be presenting that later this year, early summer. And I have listed projects which the community and the board members have provided me input that they would like to see. And we will, as part of the CIP plan, I would appreciate your input about what your vision is for the county and roadway and bridge infrastructure projects. So the different type of projects, the plans are the regional transportation plan, which lists our major projects. I mentioned this is very important to obtaining grants. So listing projects in our capital improvement plan, we won't identify any priority, but as funding opportunities become available, we will identify projects that fall under that particular grant and apply for those grants. Projects that have been, So these are the projects that are currently listed on the 2022 Regional Transportation Plan. It's the South Main Street widening and bicycle lanes, the Soda Bay Road widening and bicycle lanes, pavement reconstruction and rehabilitation in general, and bridge replacement and repair in general. So what we want to do as part of our update is identify specific plans or specific projects because they carry more weight than general projects. So what projects I've identified so far is reconstruct our arterial and collector roads, as well as landslide repair projects. So we need to think about what other projects we need. So the 2022 Active Transportation Program projects, again, our South Main Street widening project and Soda Bay Road widening projects are listed there. We had the Middletown multi-use path that we finished up. The Kelseyville Road safe routes to school pedestrian improvements. There's a Bridge Arbor North bikeway and the Rainbow Road complete streets improvements. So these are projects, we're out of order here. There's additional projects here that are listed from the 2022 Active Transportation Plan. And many of these are just simply pedestrian improvements. And those are sidewalk improvements primarily, or trails. So my goal is to list more comprehensive projects, street improvements, safe routes to school projects, complete streets projects, and any other type of bikeways projects. So you can see I've listed some projects here, complete street projects, downtown Kelseyville, downtown Lower Lake, and safe routes to school projects. So here's some more. Lake Street pedestrian and bikeway improvements, Country Club Drive pedestrian bikeway improvements, Lakeshore Boulevard pedestrian bikeway improvements. So what other type of projects do you foresee or would like to see in the county? So these are not near-term projects, these are long-term projects that we can identify funding for in the future. So that concludes my presentation.
Supervisor Owen?
Do we talk about them now, or I know I've met with you? Okay.
We'll talk about it when we present the CIP, and we'll also talk about it at a later date.
Okay, I've, the only thing I see that's really critical will be the Morgan Valley.
So we spoke about, we received a funding letter from Caltrans where we have received funding for the Morgan Valley landslide repair project.
Okay, good.
We received that in the last week.
Okay, so when do we look at possibly getting started on that? I know the residents out there are really nervous.
Yeah. So we'll get started on design in the next month or so. So, and I'm uncertain how long the design will take right now.
And you have something that could go over to Bridget if it fails before then, before you're able to be done?
I think we do.
Okay. Oh, we just don't want them stuck.
Right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see yours, sorry.
That's okay. This is exciting, and happy to hear we're going after so many grant opportunities and bringing on some contract support for that. It's been needed for a long time. Can you talk a little bit more about the studies around the schools and what your plan is for that? I know we have a new school in Kelseyville that wants some signage, and I know you have a plan for the whole county. So can you just talk a little bit more about that?
So around school areas, what I intend to do for this study is I am going to look at the speeds at schools. I am going to look at additional signage for school area signs as provided for in the manually uniform traffic control devices. And I'm going to look at pavement markings that can be added to make it safer. The study will also identify future improvements that can be incorporated as a safe routes to school projects. So you'll with schools, we are doing our pedestrian improvements at many of the schools in the county. So that's a project that is currently awaiting for additional funding. Originally, we proposed $250,000 for the improvements. We were able to get Caltrans to give us another $750,000 for those improvements. So, so that's my plan for school areas currently.
Okay, and then how are things going with PG&E and coordinating these road projects with the undergrounding work that they're doing?
So most of the PG&E undergrounding work is near completion. There'll be smaller projects. They plan on doing work on 175, but it's mostly overhead work that they're doing, strengthening their overhead lines.
So, sorry I haven't chatted with you about this lately, but what about the plans to do the undergrounding in Bottle Rock?
I'm not certain about that, but it's not a near-term project to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. All right, well, we'll talk more.
I have one more thing. There's some schools that I don't know if you're aware of them. They're private schools and I think daycares or preschools. They're on, I think it's at Washington Street in Middletown, across from the church. And it takes up a full block. And it's missing stop signs. And I believe Linda Darns has gotten in touch with you about that. So if the signage in those areas could be fixed, that would be amazing.
Just so you know, this has been a big issue in Middletown. And I've had staff look, and I've been told by the residents in Middletown that stop signs were removed at one time.
That's true.
And I have no records of where signs were originally located.
I think Linda has that. Linda Darns has that. I can have her get in touch with you.
She's provided me the information, but I have no record of that. So, I mean, from a county standpoint. So
what's the solution?
if we're going to, we need to have a traffic engineer review and provide stop sign warrant studies.
Okay, I think that she might even have that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know a former employee looked at some of those locations, but we don't have any finalized stamped documents.
Okay.
So.
Supervisors Tues?
And just as a potential suggestion for that, I know that Davy Bates and Associate, Dow and Associates, they do a lot of traffic studies for us, and maybe that's where some of those came in, because I know I was working on a stop sign as well and needed to go through the Dow and Associates for their studies so that we have liability taken care of before we install new signs, and I'm sure that's what you're looking for, is those types of reports. So maybe they were involved, maybe not, but if they were, that would save you a whole lot of time by being able to get those reports. So I'm hoping that this is the first of multiple conversations regarding roads. My one thing that I don't see is dollar signs. I know that we've been kind of saving up a little bit of money in order to spend it so that we can get a lot of projects done, but we also have this 10-year plan, which right now we're kind of identifying potentially 2 years worth of projects. Where are we in that 10-year plan? Are we revamping the 10-year plan? Because even our 10-year plan was unaffordable for the type of activities that needed to happen on our roads to really bring it up to a certain PCI amount. And so I'm kind of wanting to go back to that bigger picture of what is our incoming revenues from roads. Obviously, you're working on grants, which I greatly appreciate, in order to complement that the dollar figure that we're already receiving from state and federal. Just to kind of map out, are we getting a whole lot done, and then we're going to see a huge off the cliff and not get a whole lot done because the amount of money we have currently is more than what we are receiving annually. And just to kind of get that bigger picture. So I'd love to see dollar signs of what is the anticipated amount, even though without an engineer's cost, it's probably going to be difficult to be exact, but just to get an idea of what we're looking at, how much money will be left over, what the following years might look like. And so I'm hoping that can be possible. It sounds like you're coming back to us, but I hope that we can get that level of detail to better strategize and understand what we're asking you, because I could tell you all kinds of roads that I think need help. But if I'm just throwing out ideas and not understanding what that means to the actual plan and to the dollars that we have, then I'm just not helping you, in my opinion. So just wanted to put that out there for when we get back to another item on roads, if we can get a little bit more of that specificity and review. Is the 10-year plan being altered entirely? Are we keeping it to a certain degree? And what's our hopes and anticipation?
So when I bring the contract amendment for the 2025 pavement rehabilitation project, I will give an update on the overall pavement rehabilitation program.
Perfect. And then one final comment, and I apologize to Chair Crandall. I know it's entirely in your district, but interconnects both of ours together.
Yeah, I was waiting to say it. Go ahead.
Then I will pass on that.
Go ahead. I have others, so just go ahead.
Sulphur Bank Road, I know, is a unfortunate situation where we did resolve the one-lane area, but then some slip-outs occurred. I believe now there's one area. There was two at one point, but now there's one area that has slipped out. And I know that if there's a fire again, like the sulfur fire that we experienced in 2017, that is absolutely a escape route for certain people, depending on where the fire is, and a entry route for certain people, depending on where the fire is. And so having that interconnection between the Clear Lake Park area and the Clear Lake Oaks and Elam Tribe is an important thing for me.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Director March. There's a lot in here. I appreciate, all the thought and work that's gone into looking at these things. I appreciate the arterial and collector streets. I mean, those are important to keep in good shape, because if we let them get bad, then it costs a lot more money than it would to maintain them. I appreciate the hard work to try to bring in more money for grants and funding, particularly the South Main and Soda Bay Road. Those are very important projects. So I'm hoping that we're successful there and they can be priorities. I know that they're on the radar. I wanted to mention it because we got a public comment about Elk Mountain Road going up out of Upper Lake into Lake Pillsbury. We got a public comment today for this meeting about it being in the county road section being in bad shape right now. So I don't know what is or isn't going on up there, but I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that because that comes up as a concern in the public from time to time, being really the main, from our county, the main route up to the Lake Pillsbury community. But thank you for all the information.
Yeah, just to, we have, we have 2 landslide repair projects on Elk Mountain Road that we have recently gotten funding for, so we'll begin those soon. We also have been working with the National Forest Service, or is that right? On a plan to address some of those roads and work together with them to address roads in their area at the same time we address the county roads.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Thank you for answering that. I was going to mention that too. Wanted to make sure that it was said here. I have 3 town halls. I know you attended one in discussing the. I don't know what happened. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So as I was saying, a couple of the things I was going to bring up have been brought up, especially with the Elk Mountain. I knew that that was going to be applied for some funding before, and I think it's looking like it's coming to closer to being done. I know that I was talking about the town halls. I know you've come to a couple of them. Initially, a couple of years back, or a year and a half back, there was a 5-year plan that turned into a 10-year plan, and the priority or the way that it was going to be done had changed tremendously. However, I know that when working with the capital improvement plan, I know you have mentioned some of the projects, and I've given you the actual most dire, I think, in the district, and I know they revolve around bridges as well. I know that with Spring Valley, they need an alternate route, and I know you had helped me identify that, so I was able to tell the CSA that that is on the capital improvement plan, which we'll be looking at in June. Same with the Lucerne Bridge, as that is a very big issue because of the danger and the need for another route when it comes to the folks in the, with the fire department when they have to go and help with that. So the schools, I know you mentioned the school studies and whatnot. I know in Upper Lake they had been basically talking about this for quite some time already as it is. And previously they had talked about speed bumps and different measures when it comes to signage and things like that. And so they being the town hall has been monitoring a lot of this, so they understand and know already that there is speed issues. And so when they were told before, prior to your service, of course, that there would be studies, and then now there's going to be other studies, it gets real frustrating for these areas. And there's, Upper Lake, Lucerne, and Clear Lake Oaks has issues with that same thing on Country Club. So it's good to see that. A timeline, do you think that's going to be something we talk about in capital improvement, or is that just something when it comes to the schools, the safe schools?
So that'll be part of the CIP discussion.
Okay.
But I may get started on it earlier.
Okay.
We're going to use local funds to fund that project. So.
Yes, and I appreciate also, we've been discussing some of the roads and whatnot here and there, and I think that just looking at some of the areas in District 3 as the CIP, that's what we have to go by, right? And so I understand too that when it comes to CIP, low CIP, and talking with you and then also Director DeLeon, previous Director DeLeon, at times it comes into which roads are traveled most, and with CIP, with regard to CIP. I know at times there's constituents that are frustrated with their roads per se, but then at times, if it's not something that's highly traveled when it comes to this situation, the CIP and the most traveled take some sort of priority. I didn't know if that's still accurate or if that's how that works.
So our road crews concentrate on our more heavily trafficked, more heavily used roads. And they do a once-a-year plan, and they circle the lake in 5 years. So once every 5 years, there should be a chip seal program within each specific area. And those take care of the busiest roads. And then I identified our arterial roads and collector roads. And they're published on Caltrans functional use website. And everybody can see them there. And just to talk about the rehabilitation plan for 1 second, the plan that discussed addressing roads in a counterclockwise fashion, that was one scenario of 3 scenarios provided. And I think that was a scenario that required additional $12.5 million per year. So scenario 1, where we have no additional funding, and scenario 3, which had additional funding, did not take into account that counterclockwise plan to address it. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and I think too, when going over one of the first plans, I know that they had a consultant conduct the work on the different plans previously, and some of the roads, I know at different entities, we would discuss how some of those weren't even really traveled or anything, and so when they did the secondary study, it somewhat had the same. So I'm glad to see that like you all are working on the more with a more local mindset, if you will, because I know before they were using some roads that were way out of the area. I don't even think anyone used, So it's just because that consultant didn't have any knowledge of how the local roads really worked. So just wanted to give you that insight as well. But again, like you and I have been talking about some specific things as well. So
scenario 1, which had no additional funding other than our SB1 funds, was not organized in a cost-effective way. So for each year, it may have a road and multiple roads in different areas of the county where it's more cost-effective to work in one particular area. So you don't have to remobilize equipment all over the county. So.
I've seen Supervisor Sabatier and Supervisor Owen.
And I'll agree with you that being able to make an impact in one area, even people who don't live in that area will recognize that work is getting done. If we do one road everywhere, most people won't see that. So having a large project in one focused area has proven to work in other areas. I just want to make a statement. I'm not going to ask for necessarily further discussion, but maybe it's something you might be interested in bringing back. The money we receive for roads is just not enough. Mm-hmm. And I think that people have expectations that I'm paying gas tax, which, yes, if you're driving and you're pumping gas, you are paying gas taxes, but it is not nearly enough to handle the roads that we have. And it's not Lake County, it's everywhere. At one point in time, if we really want to change the PCI from the direction it's been going or where it's at to where it should be, we have to have a conversation about a road tax. Mm-hmm. It benefits the economy by having better roads where people are not having to spend their money to repair their cars, but going to our restaurants, going to our retailers. It makes it so that businesses also don't lose money as much and have to increase their prices because they're not having to fix their stuff. Our transit benefits, our sheriff benefits. We have to figure out how to get better roads. And at one point, we have to bring that conversation to the Board of Supervisors to figure out how to make that happen.
Supervisor Owen.
Okay. Just to bring it out publicly, I have been pestering Mr. March for a while, and I'm actually back during my campaigning days. And at that time, I believed the most important issue in our district was, in District 1, was the Lower Lake School It's a safety issue. It's the largest school in the county, and it's actually dangerous, that Lake Street area. And so thank you for working on that. I know we have something on the agenda right now that we're going to be looking at some fixes on that. After going out to Morgan Valley last week, I think it was, there's a huge slide that is getting to the point that the people are worried about getting in and out, period, and that's their only way in and out. So I'm glad to hear that that's on the agenda. I also had and I was really happy that Mr. Sabatier had brought that up about having some kind of target financially. And I had spoke to you about that. We actually went on a tour of South, kind of the Middletown area. I was starting from the Napa County line and kind of working, but I didn't get him for a very long time. But when we did looked at a few projects on some of the roads that really need to be done, where culverts are literally rotted out and the roads are falling. So I was able to take Mr. March around for that. But I had also mentioned to you, and Mr. Sabatier had mentioned it now, about getting an idea of what it would cost, what kind of money we do need to bring forward to be able to take care of that price tag. And I know that's a big ask, but I just want to do it officially and ask what we'd need to raise. I had spoke with Miss Susan yesterday about looking at, because I don't believe in, of course, raising taxes, but to put something on the ballot for 2026 for a road tax is something I would like to see come forward and let the people decide. But we need to know what we need to do financially to make this happen and make it a reality to fix our roads, because our roads are atrocious. Thank you. And thank you for your work.
One last thing. I know that with some permits, especially with regard to Lucerne, I know there's a couple of I know like the senior center and then a couple of other projects that were taking place. One of the comments that was shared with me was that when they were conducting the permit, there was a check mark or a area for the permit fees to have some sort of regard to roads, and they're like, why are we having to clear that? They don't even fix them. So I don't know if there's a correlation there, wherever the case may be. I don't know if the fees are included. I'm bringing that up because that was something that was relayed to me, that some of the fees associated or some of the check marks off had to have some sort of regard to that. So just giving you that insight.
So there are two road-specific fees. Our refuse haulers who take our franchise refuse haulers pays a fee, as well as if you pull a building permit and the cost of your construction value is over $10,000, there's a fee as well. So those are our two fee sources. We are going to conduct another study to recalculate those fees. The last fee study was done in 2014. Typically, they're done every 5 years. So we're going to be looking at that. We talked to a consultant, and that's about a $30,000 study. So,
thank you for that. If there's no other comments from the board, we'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone from the public that'd like to come up, please.
I had one comment on what he just said. Is that okay? Or you want
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Personally, as if you know me, I'm not for adding any more fees or taxes to the people. Our building is down. We need to make it easier for people to build here, rather than costing them more to be able to build. And to put out $30,000 for a study, I would rather see if we can pass a tax, sales tax, to be able to take care of those needs if possible. I don't want to hit the builders or anybody with more fees.
All right, sir.
Good morning, Tom Lasik. You asked about any other road suggestions, so I'm going to put in my plug for my favorite road, which is Highland Springs Road. It is, I think it transitions between District 4 and District 5. It's on the Kelseyville area draft plan for a scenic drive, and it's also on the draft plan for road repairs. I'm not sure if it's considered an arterial road or a connector road. The first four miles before the park, there are no speed limit signs. The next 2 miles inside the park, which are paved, also no speed limit signs. And the next 4.5 miles, which is unpaved, no speed limit signs. Maybe 5 years ago, that was not so much of an issue, but now we have quite a bit of commercial traffic going through the park. And it's quite beautiful, but it's also quite dangerous. I don't know what signage costs, but speed limit signs would be very important. Signs letting drivers know they're actually in the park on Highland Springs Road would be helpful. They do exist on East Highland Springs Road, but on Highland Springs Road, it doesn't have anything that says welcome to the park. When I talk to drivers, they don't even realize they're in the park. They're just rushing to and from their deliveries. And we have equestrians and hikers and bikers and dog walkers that walk on the road. And we have caution signs on the other side of the park to let drivers know that, but there's nothing of the sort on Highland Springs Road. So I don't know how much signage costs, but I would imagine it's a whole lot cheaper than chip seal. And also the paved portion of Highland Springs Road as it goes to the park is not lined. There's no double yellow. It would be, even though it's not legally wide enough for a 2-lane road, if there was a double yellow, it would change behavior. I've currently pulled out 14 people now, been run off the road or slid off the road, and that's just me. I go through that road every day. At the intersection of East Highland Springs Road and Highland Springs Road, that's quite a dangerous intersection. I think it could be redesigned just through signage and painting to make it more safe. So anyways, it is on the Kelseyville area plan draft to make it safer. I don't know what that fits into your cycle of road repair, but that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes?
Good morning, Chair Crandall, Vice Chair Rasmussen, and Supervisors, Margot Kambara. Since Director March has invited comment on road priorities, I share the following. I suggest that we raise safety as one of our primary concerns when we prioritize road improvements, specifically that those where safety issues affect life and death. So I bring to your attention High Valley Road. And there have been several discretionary use permits that have been approved for projects that use that road. And residents have raised concerns about safety, primarily when it comes to evacuation for wildfire, and also emergency response. Residents have pointed out to a history of accidents on that road and also near misses. And those involve large delivery trucks that have commercial business in that area. At one Planning Commission hearing for a discretionary use permit, the planning commissioners were told that the road department had plans to address the road safety concerns, but no timeline was given. The concern is that until those safety issues are addressed for the road, those residents are at risk. And this could be a liability issue, exposing residents to unmitigated risk for a discretionary use permit. And this could also pose a CEQA violation of cumulative traffic impacts that are not addressed. So I bring this to your attention, especially for those residents who have only one way in and one way out to their homes. Thank you.
I don't know, Glenn, I had sent you that information from the last town hall, and you mentioned that you're working with a consultant or something like that for that area, or an engineer or something of the like.
So I have my our county surveyor, going to survey the area where that hairpin turn is. And then we're going to have an engineer look at the truck moving templates, place them on the road to see if the road is properly designed for the trucks we allow based on the signage. And then we'll figure out next steps.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor, Staff, Julia Carrera, Upper Lake. Thank you for your presentation. Again, thank you for the offer of what we think we need to do. Main Street of Upper Lake, there's a section that is north that wasn't part of the redevelopment agency development when we used to have that agency. Just this last storm, there was 3 feet of water flooding homes on Main Street. I have spent for the last 2 years pumping 24 hours to try to get the water to go the right direction instead of flooding our homes on Main Street, because a resident that lives on Clover Creek graded without a permit over 2 acres and changed all of the drainage that used to go into Clover Creek that now comes onto Main Street. We also have a similar condition in that particular location that Supervisor Owens spoke about. We have collapsing culverts and sinking street. This is Main Street. We have huge semis going over this area. 2 cars have spun out, one falling into a ditch and smashing the culvert that's supposed to take the water away. Because of all the water that's coming that used to go into the creek, it filled up one of the 2 culverts that are county owned. Fortunately, there was enough attention on it that your crew came out and cleaned it out. Thank you very much. And also became aware of the situation, was very concerned about the collapsing culverts and the sinkholes. So I urge you to include Main Street on Upper Lake, North End, storm drain system, as well as the pavement itself and the sinkholes that are increasing every year. It's a scary situation, and the 3 feet of water going into people's homes was really kind of the last straw for us on that end of Main Street. So anything you can do to help, including grants, is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the chambers? Zoom? I'll close public input and bring. Oh, okay. 1 second. Did you want to comment while she's getting them?
Thank you. I just want to quickly comment that shortly before the presentation, we did get a public comment about High Valley Road as well, that somebody cited there had been 3 accidents of semi-trucks in the last 7 months. Thank you.
Donna?
Donna Makowitz in Clear Lake Oaks. Again, High Valley Road is very dangerous. It needs attention, especially at East Lake School. I tried to cross the road on Highway 20, I know, which is the highway, but having even a crossing guard and a Caltrans crossing guard, the cars did not stop and it wove in between the 3 of us. So that's an area of concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn, Upper Lake. Aligned with the idea of including areas of need, even though the County Department of Public Works is not directly responsible for this. The Watershed Protection District is responsible for ensuring that all shoreline drainage areas contributing to the degradation of water quality in Clear Lake are in compliance with the state water quality orders. And the city of Clear Lake has 49 miles of unpaved, heavily traveled roads that drain directly into the lake. They have a 1998 pavement management plan, or drainage management plan that we have heard many times is being updated, but it would be really helpful if our Department of Public Works and the Watershed Protection District folks would work together with the permittees for our water quality order in the city of Clear Lake. That's a long-standing detriment to the whole lower arm of the lake. Thank you very much.
Any others? All right, I'll close public input. And lastly, I just wanted to ask one more question I didn't get to earlier. With the Rodman Slough, that work, what kind of work is it going to be? Because I know before it was like some different patchwork, if you will. And so I know that the concern, as this was posted last week, when some folks looked at the presentation, they wanted to know what type of work would be done on that Rodman Slough area.
We're going to reconstruct the road.
Okay, yeah.
It will be a brand new road.
Okay, thank you.
With a 20-year lifespan.
All right.
So.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just have another quick question. Sometimes I feel that we work too hard to try and solve the problems when there needs to be better participation from the community. At what point is a resident supposed to take care of the frontage of their house? So for example, when I used to live in an area where I had sidewalks, if I had weeds growing out of the culvert, I would get a letter saying you need to knock down the weeds. Why? Because eventually it rips up the asphalt, rips up the concrete, then water can seep in, then it starts damaging. I see all jurisdictions here behaving like they need to take care of the entirety of it, when some of that is helping to create a nice frontage for specific properties. At what point do we hold accountable homeowners to take care of the frontage of their home to help us out in dealing with roads, rather than allowing it to deteriorate and then making your job that much more difficult and making us having to spend more money? Is that something that we can look at to try and expand on?
So I hope to update our website to provide information about what streets where the residents are required to maintain up to the edge of pavement, because we do not have a right-of-way there. The owners are responsible for maintaining it up to the edge of the road. And then we may address some things by ordinance.
And then, final thing. Are you planning to bring back day once? I think we talked about it not too long ago, but a day once policy to, again, maintain these roads once they have been rehabilitated?
Yes. So just so you know, I have a extra help employee coming on board this Thursday. She was a department head here at the county, and I'm very excited. And she's going to be focusing on RFPs, RFQs, as well as updating policies and ordinances.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, I think we do need action to accept this, and so.
Mr. Chair, if there's nothing further, I'll make a motion to accept and file the 2025 roads projects and the 2026 Regional Transportation Plan / Active Transportation Plan update.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you, Director March, very much. Next, we'll move on to our 6.7, consideration of presentation of the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance's training facility presentation. And Ben, I know you're presenting this, but if you'd like to come up and get started.
He's rounding the troops.
Yep. Come on up. I think you can come up and sit. There's enough seats. Yeah.
Take a screen, Jordan.
I'm sorry. No, no problem. Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here with Tara, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, regarding a training facility and workforce development program that is being funded by a Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief that was awarded to Tara last year, and it's a partnership with the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay. And I'm here with the Program Director, Lindsay Daly, and Tara's staff to give a presentation.
Ben, real quick, who funded that grant?
So it was...
I know it's CDBG, but it didn't come from the county, right?
Correct. HCD.
Right. Just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Yeah, so it came from the state. It was tied back to the wildfires from 2015, and it just took a while for the funding was announced a few years ago, and then just kind of the process and administration of the program, you know, sometimes HCD can be rather slow. So they actually announced the funding allocation in 2023 for Lake County, and then they announced the award last year.
Okay, thank you.
But
Go
also
ahead.
through the Workforce Alliance
Mhm.
of the North Bay, and we have Weston here as well.
Okay. And that's a partnership?
Correct.
All right. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
No problem. Take it out.
Thank you so much for... There you go. Thank you for having us. Is this on? Okay.
Yeah, you just need to...
We'll start with a round of introductions. And yeah, as Ben said, I'm Lindsay Daly, Executive Director of the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance. Pass it to my colleague.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Reyes. I'm a Middletown Rancheria Tribe member and the field coordinator with the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance.
Hello, I'm Kim Cole, and I am the CDBG Grant Manager for Tara.
Alrighty. I'll start us off. For those of you that don't know, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance is an intertribal nonprofit based out of Upper Lake, California. We deal in revitalizing the local ecology to its native inhabitants. We can use that through traditional means like cultural fire or contemporary means with invasive removal with hand tool work or using prescribed fire measures. We host a Trex every year where we have professional fire individuals come and help train the community as a whole in wildfire resiliency tactics like NWCG certified trainings like S212, which is wildland chainsaws, up to the basic entry-level firefighter 2. We host a lot of trainings, and we actually integrate a lot of local knowledge into our trainings, so like plant ecology and ID, because those also go into our wildfire mitigation tactics. We work with local, state, and federal agencies and with private landowners to be able to rehabilitate the lands. We have an intertribal hand crew that we run comprised of tribal members from Lake, Mendocino, and Sonoma County, and we are able to kind of use our collective hands to help heal the lands and also be able to share our cultural heritage and practices amongst one another and be able to kind of show a little bit of that to the community, that our ways of life is what showed the park-like settings when the first settlers came here into California. But that's a little bit about what we do in our program, and then we'll go into our slideshow.
Thanks, Jordan. So as Jordan mentioned, most of our work up until now has been really centered around building capacity for the tribal community to steward ancestral lands, and we're moving into kind of a new phase of the program where we're excited to be working here in Lake County to open up our training to the greater community and to share ecocultural stewardship, or stewardship that really looks at the revitalization of our local ecology and tribal cultures as like a model for stewarding our landscape. So the grant that we received, thank you to Terry Logston for passing the lead on to us, is CDBG funding, as Ben mentioned, and it's kind of a long, convoluted process, but HUD awarded it to HCD, who awarded it to CDBG, who awarded it to the official grantee is the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, who we're excited to partner with, and we are a subrecipient of the grant. So lots of partnership and collaboration involved. And the focus of the grant is really to serve low and moderate income Lake County residents. And there's kind of two major components to this grant. The really exciting part is it is funding the acquisition of property for a training center. So we are in the final stages, we hope. Escrow should be closing very soon here. We're just waiting on those funds to hit, March 31st, hopefully. And there's a property on Highway 29, which we'll talk a little bit more about, just south of Upper Lake. And we've had the opportunity to work with the county community development department, and I think I saw Maria back there, and kind of share our plans for the training center, which will, be a place to showcase our stewardship work and to share it with the greater community, the tribal community, and the greater community at large. And then also an expansion of our stewardship training program.
Our ecocultural stewardship, it really enhances the biodiversity that we found in our ecosystems at one time. And so being able to return back to that, not only for tribal members, but I think for all the people who call Lake County home. If we're all going to live here, I think it's our inherent right to be able to steward these lands and take care of it with one another, utilizing the practices of the First Nations that were once here. It reduces the threat of catastrophic wildfire. And for us, it's not just wildfire mitigation. For us, it's our way of life. And our way of life was burning for our plants, for our medicines, and our foods. And when you got that, you had wildfire resiliency as a byproduct. It wasn't our main focus, but it is a part of it. So that's one thing that we're trying to help teach with this ecocultural stewardship, is that even though we burned for different reasons, you had multiple different outcomes that supported different communities. It helps out with our water quality. Being able to burn my traditional homelands in Middletown, we did a couple cultural burns there, and I was able to lead one of them as a cultural burn lead under the new law. And when I did that, we had recently purchased the property, and the creek was supposed to be seasonal. And as far as I know, now there's water in it year round. So it really showed that, the water quality was starting to come back from these burns being reintroduced onto the landscape. And it does support that relationship between people and the land. A part of my trainings, a friend of mine once said to me that sick land leads to sick people, and sick people lead to sick land. And only healing one will not heal both. We have to heal both at the same time. And being able to do that, having relationships between native and non-native on the lands, putting hard work and being able to heal our lands together, because we all call it home, is what shows that relationship between all of us and the land, and being able to have a healthier community for everyone.
So this type of stewardship is what we hope to share at the training center, where we demonstrate all the different kinds of things that we're up to. This is a quick little overview of the map of the property. It was formerly a commercial cannabis grow operation, and there is a bunch of infrastructure there that wasn't useful to too many people, but it's very useful to us. So I don't know, for some of you who've been to our current headquarters, we're currently home based at a small barn at Robinson Rancheria. It's been our awesome kind of founding starting grounds, and we've been so grateful for that space and the relationship and the support from Robinson, and it's getting very cozy in there. So the property that we're purchasing has infrastructure and it's all existing infrastructure. We're just fixing buildings up. The idea is to have a very light touch on the land and really work with what's there. So there'll be an office space, a large shop and engine bay for our 10-person intertribal hand crew, all of our equipment and gear. our training supplies. There's an old barn that is going to be an awesome gathering space for hosting our trainings, and a place to really bring the community together and to share with other community groups as well who need a meeting place. One of the main kind of pieces that will be land-based is a native plant nursery. We've been working in partnership with Big Valley Band of Pomo to start up a Thule nursery with really the long-term vision of being able to provide wetland plants for the Middle Creek Restoration Project. When that gets underway, there'll be millions of plants needed, and we'd like them to be locally sourced and from this climate here. So native plant nursery is really exciting. And it's 140 acres of different plant communities. There's a creek that flows through that's important hitch-bearing stream where we'll be able to demonstrate, riparian restoration and using, culturally significant basketry plants and food and medicine plants, and then oak woodlands and grasslands, and be able to really walk people around and see a living classroom of what it looks like to be ongoingly tending these different ecological communities with indigenous stewardship practices. And so, the zoning is agricultural, and it's very well aligned with our work with the native plant nursery and also demonstrating indigenous agriculture. How have people, you mentioned the 700 generations or more of tribal people that have stewarded this place, and, how have people sustained themselves from this land with incredible abundance for many millennia. So we, again, hope to demonstrate and share that with the community at large.
And for our trainings, we look to train around 100 Lake County residents with 2 cohorts of the ecocultural stewardship in 4 weeks of training. And we'll have 2 on-the-job training cohorts. And the on-the-job training allows the cohorts to come on with us to be able to experience project work that we're dealing with, whether it's cultural fire, prescribed fire, or simply invasive removal or riparian restoration. We do a lot of different, but we'll be able to bring them out and get on-job training with us so that way they can utilize these skills that we've been training in the classroom setting. And like I mentioned earlier, we'll also be doing the NWCG courses. That's a National Wildfire Coordinating Group. And we do get them their firefighter too, their S212s, and what other opportunities do arise that they would like to attend to. We will offer that to them and be able to broaden their skill sets to be able to work on these lands. So those are some of them. And what's really nice about those is even when they get those trainings and those certificates, they aren't just good for here. I know people that have taken them to CAL FIRE or to Forest Service, and they are used other places as well. So it's a good starting point for people to start their personal or professional development.
Yeah, one of our hopes with this program, I saw Chief Cepeda just headed out before we presented, but we really are excited to connect more deeply with, all the potential employers. There's so much work needed in the realm of wildfire resilience, and, there's just a lot of need and a need for training and trained individuals to, to enter work opportunities with local tribes, with our local fire departments, CAL FIRE, Forest Service, the county, having something that's really interesting in our work when we're out doing beneficial burning in collaboration with our agency partners is a lot of our agency partners are like, well, we know wildfire, we know how to stop fires, but we don't necessarily have sort of the complementary skill set around, well, how do you use fire as a healing tool? How do you know how different plants will respond, how intensely they burn, what are the right conditions for burning? And so in order to really, build up that capacity to put good fire on the ground, this program kind of offers that complementary skill set. So you don't learn just how to stop fires, you also learn how to light good fires. And we're really hoping that we can train up more folks that can, work locally and build that local capacity. So excited to connect more with our different partners to hire young folks so they know there are opportunities here locally to get involved with well-paid careers with, nice career pathways, and you can get trained here in the county and you can go on for jobs here in the county that really benefit your community.
All right, so some of our training programs are stewardship, which involved all of the restoration work that we'd be doing, whether it's for the lands, the water, everything like that. Our number one priority with everything that we do is safety, whether it's community safety, safety of our crew, safety of just, it's paramount for us because one of the most dangerous things we do is fire or run saw, and safety is our main objective, but also the safety of our community members that we're a part of. Wildland fire, like Lindsay was saying, we get to train with wildland firefighters because we have to see both sides of that, be able to give beneficial fire, but to know how to react if in the event there is a wildfire, or maybe being able to help agencies so that way we can help our communities in the event of a wildfire. Soft skills, so even beyond just vocational skills, we're teaching soft skills like resume building, professional development, allowing them to do public speaking to help them with their range of teaching if they want to pursue areas like that. Supportive services, we're offering a lot for when people come out. We'll offer, can you help me with that?
Yeah, actually, glad we have a WANB person here. Supportive Services will be working with Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, so that will be providing support with things like transportation, childcare, gear, so that folks can show up work ready, and especially community members that need that extra help to be able to show up. We'll have that support through our partnership with 1B.
Oh, and job pipelines. So as we were saying about the NWCG shirts, those can help qualify them. Or maybe they want to get into something like arborists and they're using our S212 to help them start with their skill set with a chainsaw. I'm using the job pipeline on it too, given that it's so difficult for us to burn on tribal trust lands. The only avenue for me to do right now is to try to build up to be a RXB2 or a burn boss, so that way I can bring beneficial fire onto tribal trust lands, because that's the biggest hurdle that we have. So starting out now, being able to work it and build up my experience to hopefully one day bring good fire back to the tribes of Lake County.
I think that is getting to the end of the presentation. We wanted to put just these words out to the community, to the Board of Supervisors and the community in general, that we, our programs have historically been really serving primarily the tribal community, although some of our fire trainings have been open to the whole community. And we're kind of moving into new territory where we would like to connect more with local schools, with who in the county is doing work that's really connecting youth with opportunities for careers and livelihoods here in Lake County. What are the best places that we can reach folks and potential partnerships. So any ideas we would certainly welcome. If any of you all know in your districts, who we should be talking to, you all know better than anyone. And and when we, hopefully, spirit willing, very soon are in our new spot, we'll invite you all out for a celebration as well. I think that is the end of our presentation.
Supervisor Pyska, then Vice Chair.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure watching you grow and supporting in all the ways that we possibly can. Being out on your burns is a really powerful experience. I've been able to see quite a few of them. And the interagency collaboration is phenomenal. It's so wonderful when we see CAL FIRE folks and local fire agency folks out all working together. It's really beautiful. I love the collaboration with the Cobb Area Water Company to restore the watershed. There's been several burns out there. It's made a really big difference in improving the health of the land, which is the whole point of all of this, it's awesome. I hope everyone can go out and see one of the burns. The capacity building over the years has been really important to our community, for job growth, for workforce development, because we have such a great need to do all of this work, and we have quite a large land area in our county. How many employees do you currently have, and how do you see that growing over the next couple of years?
That's a great question. So we were founded in 2019 as an all-volunteer organization, and today I think we have 22 people, full-time staff members, mostly Lake County residents. I think our crew kind of expands and contracts with different training programs. So this on-the-job training cohort that we'll be bringing on through this grant will our crew will go up to around 20 people, and then it'll shrink back down to our permanent staff. I think we've been growing so much that we're really looking to get to a long-term home, stabilize our programs, and do some strategic planning to, think about the best way to continue to serve the community. So, we're in a good spot right now, and we're kind of catching up to ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, and there's a lot of work to be done. I know we supported the MOU that you have with BLM for the Black Forest work. Unfortunately, with all the funding freezes, that work is on hold.
It started again.
When? I just talked to Joseph yesterday.
We received, it's been touch and go, as many of you might imagine, stop, start, with many of our contracts, which has been a wild ride. But we received a rescindment of the stop work order last week. And so we're not at the Black Forest right now because we're finishing up a project with Scotts Valley Band of Pomo. But we are authorized to continue working on that grant again. And we have, right now we have 5 years of funding with BLM for project work in the county. And we're meeting with BLM, I think, next week to look at some projects up on Cow Mountain as well. So we are supposedly good to go for now.
Well, I had heard about the stop work order. He told me about that yesterday. Fingers crossed, because I know there's a lot of changes day by day. But this work is critical, not just for the health of the forest, but also the protection of our communities. So I'm so grateful that you've got these MOUs in place, and it sounds like they're expanding. I know that the one in the Black Forest, it sounds like it's expanding significantly. Because we know the BLM workforce struggles to keep up with their land. So the more that we have these partnerships with local agencies like yourself to do that work, it goes a long way to reaching the goals that we have for our community. So I'm excited. So let me know how that works out. Because I know it's been touch and go for a while. And then I know that we have Weston here, if we want to invite him up to speak on the Workforce Alliance part of this.
Vice Chair go first?
Yep.
And then you can come up, sir, after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate you bringing up the question about reaching students. I believe you folks were at the Mendocino College last week for the event. I think it was with 11th graders or high school students. Is that right?
I'm not too sure. I wasn't there, but someone might have been.
Someone might have been there.
Okay, maybe I saw that wrong, but anyway, I know the high school in my district, they should be doing an event later this spring where they have organizations come in where they have a day where the students can interact with them. So I think that would be a good spot to do some more outreach with the high school students, and I can help you get connected with those folks. And I would appreciate an opportunity to go out on one of the burns and see what's going on. So if we get in touch about that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Definitely.
All right. And then, did you have it? Oh,
Yeah,
there
we're
it is.
not
I see it now.
I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to put it to
Put
make
it back
it easy.
I could see it right there, but when you put it behind our computer.
Appreciate all the work that you do. Obviously, we've had too many experiences of fires, too many experiences of kind of letting things go, and that's not the right way to have a healthy environment and to be protected from the unfortunate wildfires that we've experienced too often. I know we are starting to try and initiate some fire safe council, fire wise communities. I think that once those have been established, we'd love to invite you to learn how those groups can work with you within those environments that they've dedicated to protecting and working on, to simplify the processes of accessing those properties. Anything related to our community colleges, our schools, our fire districts, happy to connect connect you with whoever it is that you have not yet connected to. This reminds me a lot of the NCO Build program. We need housing. We have NCO Build who's trying to rehabilitate housing and also doing workforce development. We need fire protection, and you're doing the workforce development and at the same time trying to do work to protect our environment. And so appreciate what you're doing, and looking forward to how it continues to grow. And you had an amazing presence at the Science Symposium. I saw Terra folks all over the place with their uniforms on. So at 22, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right, because everywhere I looked, there seemed to be an orange hat. So appreciate seeing you here, and appreciate the presentation and great work. Let's keep it up.
Yes, thank you. And I would actually like to take you up on going out on a burn as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, we're hoping, hope to have some more burns this spring. And we didn't present on, we have a whole number of grants and partnerships, and one of the really awesome things about getting to come work on our crew as a training program is that you get to go work with BLM, you get to go work with CAL FIRE, you get to go work with the Forest Service, you get to work with the local tribes, and that relationship building and exposure to career opportunities is such a cool thing. And hopefully if another of our federal grants gets back in line, we'll have 5 years of funding for our fire program with the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. That's looking strategically at high priority areas within the CWPP that are high priority for tribes and for the community to build in beneficial burning county-wide. And so for any Lake County residents that might be listening to this, please email us at goodfire@tribalecorestoration.org if you have land that you would like to burn, because we have grant funding to work with you to prepare units, prepare lands to bring good fire back for that community protection and resilience. So lots of opportunities to get involved.
Thank you.
All right, and then you said
Weston.
Weston.
Good morning, Weston Seifert. I currently sit on the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, and it's very, very rarely do you have a convergence of amazing things at one point, right? Like to be able to be a part of and partner with an organization that is just bringing good to the community. It's just fantastic. So I'm super honored. I'm really proud that the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay has been able to facilitate this program for Lake County. So it's awesome, and look forward to watching your growth and how you guys continue to just be a presence for good in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Weston.
All right. You have something? I'll open it up to the public. I didn't know if you, did you? Come on up, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Crandall and supervisors. Congratulations for reaching this milestone. Your program sounds very exciting. I'm glad that you're doing outreach, and I was wondering if you're doing outreach also to landowners in terms of increasing the canvas of potential cultural and beneficial burns. And if you're doing that as a landowner who doesn't know too much about your program, could you please address liability and how liability is addressed, especially if, heaven forbid, one of the controlled burns gets uncontrolled? Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that real briefly. That's like an 8-hour conversation. It's been one of the biggest barriers in the state of California. We are in a very litigious state, and it's been a big barrier for putting good fire on the ground. Luckily, we have some really amazing folks that have been working on policy changes to shift that. So, the first thing is we mitigate risk by doing a whole bunch of different things to make that fire as safe as possible from the get-go. We prepare the unit, make sure we have good containment lines, that we have personnel that's trained and ready to respond. We partner with agencies, so you get a nice shiny fire truck usually sitting at that burn in case things get out of control. So most of the work is really in risk mitigation up front. And there is always the chance that something can go not as planned when you're working with Mother Nature and an element like fire. And there's a couple different pieces that we have at play. One is the state now provides a liability claims fund. So all of our burns we have a burn plan that's written by a state qualified burn boss. And then it's technically reviewed by a state qualified burn boss with a whole bunch of measures in there for, how many people do you need if something goes wrong, so there's that plan set in place. And then we submit our plan to the state sponsored claims fund. So that protects against third party losses. So if, fire jumps your property line and burns your neighbor's fence down, the state will actually cover up to $2 million in losses, which is hugely helpful. We also recently finally found an insurance carrier who will cover our fire activities. Previously, those were excluded from our general liability policy, and now we have insurance. Obviously, we don't want to get to the point of needing to use that, but it's there if it's really needed. So we've come a long way. And really prescribed fire, it has a perception of being very risky. It's actually a very low risk, high consequence. In other words, the risk of something going wrong, statistically is incredibly low. But if something goes wrong, the consequences can be very high. And so just working with the public perception of that is really important. If it's done under the right conditions with the right people and the right plan, it's actually incredibly low risk activity. So those are some of the thoughts, but yeah, feel free to come chat with us. And we will be doing more community events when our community wildfire defense grant kicks in, and look forward to working more with the community.
All right, anyone else from the public? Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you for the presentation. I know in your language it's probably different, but ours is a godi ho, good fire.
Mine would be.
Sorry about that. I put you on the spot.
I can't think of the second word.
You'll think of it. All right. Well, anything else from the board or any other final comments?
Well, I just have to brag on you a little bit, because when we go out of county at big meetings like the Wildfire Task Force, these folks present there, and they're really setting the standard across the state for this type of collaboration. So you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for the presentation, and we'll move on. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, 6.8, public hearing, consideration of proposed resolution to adopt amendment to the health and safety element of the Lake County General Plan. And
How's it going, Kim?
we got Maria Turner. And
good morning.
All right.
Is it morning? Yes. Good morning.
Still morning.
Excellent. This item is a public hearing to adopt a general plan amendment to the text of the general plan to update reference to the latest version of the local hazard mitigation plan. There is state law, AB 2140, that requires this update to the general plan after every update of the local hazard mitigation plan. To not do so in a timely manner could compromise our ability to qualify for assistance in the future in some different grants. When the board adopted the local hazard mitigation plan, in that resolution, there was a reference to making this change to the safety element of the general plan. However, according to state law, an update to the general plan requires a noticed public hearing. And so that's why we're doing it now. Instead of just a reference in that past resolution, it's now abundantly clear to the state that we are coming into compliance with AB 2140 through this proposed resolution.
Questions? Anyone from the public? All right, anyone on Zoom? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for, I think it's action,
I'll offer
right?
the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Owen.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska and Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right, resolution has passed. 500. Thank you very much. We will move on to our next item on the agenda, and that is the presentation of Lake County 2050 update. And
Thank you.
Director Turner.
Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. I also have the Deputy Administrator, Shannon Walker-Smith, who will be doing our tech. During your last break, we did pull up the GIS web map viewer that, let me start at the beginning. The purpose of today's hearing is to update the Board of Supervisors on recommendations from the Local Area Plan Advisory Committee that are specific to land use or mapping changes. The land use or mapping changes are most significantly impactful on the environmental review that we're conducting this year. And so we wanted to bring those to you today to see if there is any board direction, specifically any strong opposition to any of the recommendations that were approved by the Local Area Plan Advisory Committees, or our LAPACs. These recommendations also went in front of the General Plan Advisory Committee in two meetings, and one of the recommendations from the General Plan Advisory Committee was support of all LAPAC approved recommendations. We are getting the web map viewer updated or up on the screen for you, and Shannon will go through these. We're going to start with land use designation amendments. There were a few in each of the 8 planning areas. After that, we will go on to a PDF or a PowerPoint slides that were shown to the General Plan Advisory Committee regarding any recommended changes to community growth boundaries and planning area boundaries. While Shannon's zooming in, this is part of our Lake County 2050 project to update the general plan, which is most of our county-wide elements or chapters, as well as an update to all local area plans. We have 8 planning areas in the county. And the meetings of the LAPACs took place in October, November. They were held virtually as well as in person. The in-person meetings were in the Board of Supervisors chambers as well as different locations within the planning areas.
Eyes aren't what they used to be.
While she's zooming in, we're going to start with the Cobb Mountain area.
Mine's not loading.
Land use designation amendments in the Cobb area.
It's not on here.
Included areas, let's start with Hoburg's Resort. The former Hoburg's Resort that really killed us all, that we lost it in the Valley Fire, has remained undeveloped. And the LAPAC recommended that area specifically for future housing. Okey-dokey. Good. Yeah, you'll see them as those kind of downward pointing isosceles triangles area. That's Hoburg's. To the left, see that one that's in blue? That is currently a community pool And that community would love to enlarge the amenities that they're offering there, including a future cafe or cafeteria, restaurant, possible like retail, like your swim rings, things like that. And so there, the LAPAC approved a partial, like creating a split zone there to allow for that type of retail and food service within that community pool area. At the very top, you see like a little kind of triangle. That is currently local commercial, and the LAPAC recommendation was to move it to community commercial to allow for additional, more appropriate, or they would think more welcoming commercial uses. So instead of a surveyor's office, an engineer's office, it would now offer maybe a community restaurant or something like that. Actually, I think they're okay. I don't think I have to walk them through it. I can do it just based off this Excel spreadsheet. But if you do have specific questions and you want us to zoom in, let us know. Oh, okay. And then if you go down into the south, let's go down into Sigler Springs. Should be, where are they? Oh, up and to the right. Yeah, sorry. My sense of direction, not that great. Anyway, you'll see a number of those 5 different parcels there that the Sigler Springs Community Revitalization Association recommended a change for those parcels to allow for a hamlet-style mixed-use neighborhood. Across the county, through all of the different surveys that we sent out to the public and got back, the public really supports the idea of mixed use. All around. So that mixed use would be an allowance of residential as well as commercial co-located onto a single parcel that's zoned commercial. Now, what you see right there is the Sigler Springs idea of their revitalization of their neighborhood that was also destroyed in Valley Fire. They'd like to build back not just as a subdivision of homes, but rather a more holistic, walkable neighborhood for all of those. See those beige parcels? Those are residential. But the ones in the middle then would have the option for mixed use. So like a local commercial, something that could offer that community more of a walkable neighborhood. And that's it for Cobb Mountain. Do we have any questions before we go on to Kelseyville?
No, but I like that.
Isn't it cool? Yeah, we're really excited about that idea. And the public was excited about mixed use because we're not thinking like we want to turn into the Bay Area with a gazillion apartments over all this retail or like a mall. We're thinking more like a residence above or behind a pizza place or a coffee place or different things like that, because we want to retain the rural character. That's a top priority around the whole county. But we also like the idea of getting housing closer towards commercial so that people aren't always driving all over the place. Into Kelseyville. Let's zoom in and go towards the northwestern quadrant, please. You'll see a number of magenta. Oh, sorry, eastern. Should have rehearsed this one, huh? Okay, so on the eastern, you see that number of magenta-lined parcels. This is where the LAPAC decided they'd like to focus higher density residential housing. And the reason is, you'll see that blue rectangle below it, that's all of our schools in Kelseyville. So they'd like to position higher density residential right where the kids can easily walk to schools, because the safe routes to schools is one of the ongoing goals and priorities in Kelseyville, so that our kids are not walking, along a lot of morning traffic congestion and parents trying to get their kids to school. Let's just place the housing there so they can just walk across the street. There's one other towards the real western side. You'll see that one, zoom in just a little bit on, it's kind of like a curvy looking rectangle right down there. Currently agriculture, it's an 8-acre parcel. The Kelseyville LAPAC recommended this to be switched over to medium density residential. Again, for its proximity to the highway and main roads. Housing was actually a pretty big topic of discussion in Kelseyville because they are getting multifamily residential going on right now. And so they're recognizing that they wanted to be very deliberate in where they placed housing for this next 20-year period. Any questions on that? That's the end of Kelseyville's recommendations. Moving on to Lakeport. You're going to recognize Lakeport's shape of land use designation changes. You're doing good, Shannon. Thank you. Okay. Many of you will recognize that magenta collection of multiple parcels as the old Cristalago project. This was big about, 10, 14 years ago. It was originally going to be a golf-centered community, then a wine-centered community. Nothing's ever happened, and the Lakeport LAPAC would like this to go back. Instead of being planned development residential and planned development commercial, they'd like it to go back to its original land use designation of rural lands. It's sloped, it's remote, it has no infrastructure, and so that's what it was before that project. Then secondly, there was a request from a property owner. Yep, zone it. Is it here? Nope, it's down. It's to the right. It's to the east of Cristalago. I could see it. It's a teeny tiny little square. Yeah. That's over in the Walnut Drive. And it is a portion of a parcel that continues to the west. However, the area that continues to the west, where Shannon's showing the little arrow thingy, that has a high slope going up to the highway. The area that is within that little square is not as sloped, and the LAPAC approved a request to change just that flatter portion to medium density residential, which would match the adjacent parcel for the purpose of future housing going in there. Any questions on Lakeport?
Just a brief question. The area of Lakeport, is that within the potential city annexation?
No. The city annexation goes down to the South Main Street area. So you'll see that grayed out area in the city.
Yeah.
And the part to the southeast part of the city
Oh, we
is
were way north of that. Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
The Lakeport planning area kind of curls around the city of Lakeport to the north with North Lakeport, which is where we have a lot of housing, to the west, going into Benmore towards the end of the county, and then curls around the city of Lakeport to the south as well.
Thank you.
It was also, just in case, that's not part of today's discussion, but the LAPAC also does support the annexation of South Main Street. But we'll get to that at a later meeting. Going into Lower Lake, please. Ooh, okay. Yes. Lower Lake, there are a number of parcels along Morgan Valley Road. They already have municipal water and sewer. And the LAPAC approved a request from a member of the public to change those from rural residential to suburban reserve. Rural residential allows for 5 to 10 minimum acres per parcel. Suburban reserve would allow for future subdivisions for housing purposes to minimum acre size of 1 to 3 acres. That does it for Lower Lake. Any questions on that one? We're going to move on to Middletown, please. I'm not calling you Vanna, but it's taking a lot of restraint. All right, Middletown. These are a little harder to pick out. Very good. All right. So let's start in the northern part. There are a couple parcels here that are currently split or either zoned or split zoned local commercial. The LAPAC approved the property owner's request to move that up to community commercial for allow for a wider variety of commercial development opportunities. To the south, you'll see, those parcels. Those are currently, I think that looks like rural residential and rural lands. The property owner presented a request to change that to something that would support commercial development. And there was a robust dialogue in the Middletown LAPAC, and they finally settled on resort commercial options. So the LAPAC recommendation is to change the land use designation from rural residential, rural lands to resort commercial. Anybody have questions on Middletown?
Where's that located?
That is, where is that located? It is on, wait. Yes, there you go. Yeah, just when you hit Butts Canyon, there's that ridge line right there. So they'd have to kind of go around that ridge line, and then behind that would be the flatter area.
Kind of by, is Black Oak or Black Oak Estates in that area?
Before you hit Black Oak, that's further down the road. This is like right off the road.
Behind the cemetery.
Yep. Very good. Thank you. Moving forward, unless we have any further questions, we'll go to the Riv. Going to the Riviera's area plan. Okay. Let's start at the top and go counterclockwise. The Riviera's LAPAC highly prioritizes finding areas for a public park. That is what is behind the recommendation between these three parcels. It'd be changing from their current land use designation to open space for future park use. To the southwest, other west. Okay, well, we'll do this one anyway. Okay, no, we'll go do these. That one would be it is currently, I think, suburban reserve, and it would go towards residential for increased housing development there. Yeah, low density residential, consistent with the entire Riviera subdivisions. And then over there, yep, same thing. Currently, suburban reserve would go to low density residential. That is it for the Rivieras. While Shannon moves over to the Lucerne area, we have a lot. So Lucerne is currently in the Shoreline Communities area plan, but there were a large number of parcels that are smaller. They're small and they're either zoned, let's see, let's go north. Well, we can start there. Okay. Now you'll notice this part. No, go back to that. Right along 13th Street. Okay. This was in the 2008 general plan. This was an area of special study, kind of centering around the Lucerne Castle, which is that red area towards that side, and then going down towards the lake with 2 rows of parcels on either side of 13th Street changed to community commercial. Since 2008, we have had commercial development along 13th Street, but both of the other rows of parcels on the periphery on either side have remained residential. There's a problem. It's a challenge when you're in a residential used parcel and it got switched to community commercial because you become legal nonconforming and you cannot expand your residential use. That means no garages, no any residential expansion of use. Now, since both of those roads have stayed residential, the LAPAC recommended that we just take those back to residential, but keep the commercial core along 13th Street. That is the purpose of those. Let's go zoom out and go elsewhere.
And so where there's spots that are still residents on there?
Yeah, they're all still just residents.
And then on the other side where it's commercial, if there is a residence there, once someone moves out or something, then it becomes commercial. Is that how I heard it before?
Well, we do have an article that sort of governs legal nonconforming uses. Once that legal nonconforming use expires, which is usually after 2 years of non-use, then it does revert back to community commercial.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Those changed to be consistent with their current use. I think they're medium density residential and they changed to industrial. Just to mirror, again, there was a little bit of cleanup going on with these recommendations to revert back to what has been the consistent use the entire last 20 years. All right, where else?
More shoreline.
More shoreline.
There's Nice and...
Yep, let's go down to Clear Lake Oaks. There is That's a community growth boundary. Keep going south.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Into the Keys and around that area. So there's a parcel on the plaza that has been identified as a great spot for a future hub, a community resilience center. And so they did recommend a land use designation from community commercial to public facilities, which would kind of pave the way for that one. That's at the plaza. And then you'll see, zoom in, I want to specifically right along the Keys. There's a whole string of those little bitty parcels in pink right there. Those are teeny tiny parcels. Some of them are zoned for medium or high density residential. And it's going to be very hard to build an apartment on that tiny little parcel right there. So the request is let's just revert that back to low density residential because that's a more appropriate use for parcels of that size. And then if you go towards the east, I don't know why I'm pointing, you can't see me, but there. So there was a lot of discussion in the Shoreline Communities LAPAC regarding preserving wetlands. And I don't know if you've been out near that area in the Clear Lake Keys right now, but it is a rookery gone crazy. There are cormorants and egrets and herons and everybody's nesting and the babies are yelling and it's just an amazing spot. So currently zoned for, I think, commercial. It was commercial. Yeah. The LAPAC would really like to see all of that preserved for resource conservation so the birds aren't disturbed while they're doing their spring thing. Then if you go across the highway to the north, you'll see those ag parcels. The recommendation is to change them from what they currently are, which is service commercial, but all that exists there right now are some really nice vineyards. So the LAPAC would like to see that reflect what its current use is and go towards agriculture. Additionally, one that you don't see reflected here, but is a correction of a loss that we have had, is to get all of our creeks and streams and riparian areas again identified as resource conservation. That was lost in the last mapping update, so that's a correction that we'd like to do with this one. I don't know, let's go look at those. Okay, currently medium density residential and service commercial to, what do we want them to be? Well, that's not changing. That's medium density residential and rural residential. Okay, to reflect current uses. And then lastly, zoom over to Scotts Valley. Scotts Valley is, oh yeah, sorry.
John, the area where John T. Klaus is supposed to be, is there going to be a need to rezone that for any, because considering it's going to be a park or anything like that, or?
Not necessarily. That is a county-led project, and the county is exempt from zoning ordinance.
Just making sure that's said.
Yeah. But that's a really good question. I'll store that one away.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we may do that as a cleanup, just so it's consistent.
Thank you.
That one, yep. So Scotts Valley, portions of it are currently still in the Upper Lake Nice planning area. That is the one that Shannon's highlighting right now is Kelly's Camp. It has a long history of KOA and then camp that run by, I think, Bob Kelly, who passed away. The Kelly's Camp closed down a number of years ago, and it's unable to be sold as a camp because of its floodplain areas. There's a difficulty rebuilding in that area. So the Upper Lake Nice LAPAC recommends that get moved back to rural lands, revert back to its original land use designation. That concludes land use designation changes. Any questions?
Did they talk about Blue Lakes possibly in some areas making it public, or because the public uses along Highway 20 and whatnot? I don't know if they discussed that at all, or no.
They did not discuss Blue Lakes.
We've had that conversation before with the folks at Blue Lakes about having a park there or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, you know what, though? We did have, I remember code enforcement talking about pergolas that were built on R1.
Yes.
This would be actually an ideal time to do that. So when I watch this video again, I'm going to write that down for future reference, because that would be a nice way to solve that problem, so that that community could then have their pergolas with no zoning conflict. Because they do use those parcels as sort of community gathering areas and launch points. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't remember that myself. We'll get that on the list.
Didn't want to remember that.
My colleagues remind me of that.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's exactly the kind of board direction that I'm looking for right now. Okay, then let's switch over.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. Shannon's going to switch over to the community growth boundary and planning area boundary recommendations. So.
Oh, good. No, I did want to see, I have a community growth boundary question, but I just wanted to ask this question for public awareness. So these zone changes are coming in a lot of times at the request of the property owner, but not always. So for example, the Hoburg's property, was any input taken or received from the property owner of changing the zoning?
Great question. We are going to have an open house style meeting in the future and invite all of the property owners for any of these affected properties.
Are they going to be notified?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
We're reaching out to them through a mailer saying, your property's been identified for a land use designation change. And hopefully that will avoid another 20 years of people calling planning and saying, hey, y'all changed my zoning and didn't tell me about it. So
yeah,
we're doing that differently this time.
Perfect.
If you click on the presentation link, that'll take us to those slides. Are there any other questions on land use designation changes?
Not seeing any. We actually
I do, but I'm going to wait till the full presentation is over.
Okay.
Just in case it's spoken of during that time.
Awesome.
You check while Shannon's getting that up and running. I'm going to see if there's anything I missed from my notes. Nope. So the LAPAC recommendations were presented to the GPAC, the General Plan Advisory Committee, in 2 different meetings in February. We also gave them an update on the Housing Action and Implementation Plan, but that's not part of my presentation today because we're working on that draft document, which will be presented to the board. I think it will be available to the public probably late spring. Nope. Skipping right over it. Excellent. Community growth boundaries. We had 2 LAPAC recommendations for community growth boundary amendments. Next slide, please. In Kelseyville, if you take a look up at that north part where you see the green outline, the magenta is the current community growth boundary. To the west, the green part was a request from west, the other west, yeah. A request from the property owner to include that in the community growth boundary because it was rezoned to industrial within the last, 10 years?
I think it was 3 years.
3 years, was it?
It was,
I don't know. It was already done.
Started over 10 years
Yes.
ago.
Yeah, right. And so just including that into the community growth boundary, which that means to amend your community growth boundary tells the county jurisdiction that this is where the community would like to see extensions of municipal infrastructure in the future. That's water and sewer for the purposes of increased housing development or commercial development or supporting industrial. Then over towards the east, that little corner right there, that already has municipal services, and we couldn't figure out why it wasn't in the 2008 community growth boundary adjustment, so we saw that as a correction. That is it for Kelseyville. Any questions before we go to Lower Lake? All right, next slide, please. Lower Lake. Again, the same parcels that were recommended to go from rural residential to suburban reserve already have municipal water and sewer, and so the LAPAC supported bringing those into the community growth boundary as well. That's it for community growth boundary
Where's
recommendations.
that located?
That's along Morgan Valley Road.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm guessing there's no community growth boundaries for Cobb because no sewer?
Correct. Community growth boundaries is where you'll focus your municipal services and for the purpose of higher density housing and higher impact commercial and industrial.
Supervisor Spotty.
So, thank you for that, and I have a couple of comments and questions. You mentioned a property going from ag to something else. Is there a process where that's going to go before LAFCO or does LAFCO do kind of like a RFR, whatever that is, a request for response on any changes? Because LAFCO's goal and purpose is to protect open land and agricultural land from becoming urban sprawl. So what's the process for that, and where does LAFCO fit into what you are planning to do when things are coming out of the ag zone and into something else?
We will notify LAFCO as we move forward as part of the review process. However, should any housing development take place and there is any sort of sphere of influence, like an annexation for a water district, that also goes straightly before LAFCO and is evaluated at that time.
True. So the community growth boundaries, I'm glad that was brought up because can you describe what the purpose of a community growth, unless that's exactly what you just stated? It's because we have communities, we have services, but for some reason, some of those communities don't seem to meet community growth boundaries, and I see community growth boundaries being utilized, for example, like cannabis, to protect from certain activities happening within community growth boundaries. I know you and I had a conversation yesterday. How do we apply certain protections to communities where obviously there is residential areas that have been historically there, but aren't provided similar protections that are being provided through the use of the community growth boundaries? Is there any other zoning or overlay or anything that can be accomplished to ensure that those communities are treated the same as other communities, other than they may not have sewer or they may not have other things? Because those are true communities, in my opinion. They just don't have access to all of the services in the same way.
Certainly. Currently in Article 27, there are limitations to which zoning districts are appropriate for different types of cannabis-related businesses. Specific to cultivation, some of their location limitations do include buffer zones from community growth boundaries. They're also not allowed in any residential district like R1, R2, R3, so that keeps them out of the neighborhoods that you would typically find in community growth boundaries as well. We do not currently have an overlay that would prohibit cannabis activities. Should the board decide that's something they would like to consider, I am happy to have that discussion when we are working on the draft ordinance to update cannabis regulations.
Okay. Then also, I guess I'll just be blunt. There's very subtle changes that are happening or that are being proposed. We're spending a lot of money to review our general plan. Last one updated was 2008. I'm going to make an assumption that we didn't necessarily scrap the previous general plan or zoning ordinance and start from scratch, and we probably made subtle changes as well. But we're dealing with a very different landscape today than we did before. We probably say it all the time, but for us, that change was 2015, where we recognized the impacts of climate change. And I'm not seeing that being implemented in how we are changing our zones to better protect, especially our community growth boundaries, which is why I started with the idea of community growth boundaries in order to protect where people live. I don't want to break the entire thing and start from scratch, but seeing open spaces, rural land, and rural residential in places that worry me about how it interacts with other things, specifically community growth boundaries, how do we incentivize growth in a way that can protect community growth boundaries, such as, and granted we can't force people to do it, but maybe there's ways to incentivize it, having agriculture with buffers surrounding community growth boundaries, to have green belts around our areas, because I'm not going to say that it's 100%, but typically house fires can be contained to a smaller footprint, while it's the WUI that really impacts us in a very negative way. How can we look at this general plan update to really implement strategies based on our experiences with climate change and how to best protect? Because I'm seeing little tiny changes, but I'm not seeing what I was hoping to see and what I would like to see in order to change our probably 50-year practice of how we approach land use, which has not necessarily changed all that much when we know we keep hitting the same issues again and again and again. So I don't know what the answer is, but I just wanted to put it out there that I would love to better understand what can be done. I don't want everybody to become non-conforming. That's definitely the worst thing that can happen. But at the same time, I don't feel what I'm seeing is necessarily, because we just had that presentation from Tara. That's part of the solution of protecting our communities, is that type of work. But at the same time, zoning is important to also try to incentivize the right type of communities to create more protections. And another example of this is our paper parcels. Our paper parcels are still pipe dreaming that there will be a residential subdivision built out in the future. This is a 1920 problem that we have yet to deal with and solve, and I would like to see what new zoning can be placed on there so we can eventually get something better, rather than suddenly tomorrow somebody coming to you and saying, hey, I want to drop a couple $100,000, get some water out there, get some sewer out there, and I want to build a house in the most dangerous of areas that you can build it when it comes to fire protection or things like that. So I would love to, I'm looking for more change than what's being proposed based on the comments that I just provided.
You want
If I may respond?
Yes, please.
Just hold on to your hat, because it's coming. What you're getting today is recognition of recommendations from the local area plans. These are community groups who have come together, and the purpose of the recommendations here are sort of our lessons learned over the last 20 years since the last general plan update, while looking at the future. Simultaneously, what's not before you today is our climate adaptation plan, which is in process as well, and the housing action and implementation plan, which does focus on future development options that would be more appropriate given today's climate. The Greenbelt development that you mentioned, with ag surrounding our residential developments, is one of our newer innovations that we've learned since watching the fires of 2015, how they'll come up to the edge of a vineyard and stop, or an orchard and stop. And so that is included in some of those lessons learned that you will see as we're going forward. So the fact that you're already aware of that and in tune, I find super exciting, because that's where we are right now. You will not see those sort of radical changes coming necessarily from the local area plan advisory committees at this point. However, you will see more of those innovations in the documents as they are coming, particularly our safety element, our circulation element, our housing element, well, later, the housing action and implementation plan. All of those are going to be informed by the results of our climate vulnerability analysis report and our climate adaptation plan.
Thank you.
Right there with you, yeah.
Supervisor Owen?
Okay, I had actually spoke with Miss Maria or sent her an email, I don't remember which, pertaining to some issues that had been brought to me about the area plans, and I know some of them weren't techie enough to be able to get on Zoom to in Lower Lake in some of the areas. So I had asked and requested, and I think you
I
got back
acknowledged
with
your
me.
email.
Yes, you did, and stated that that would work for you. But bringing her, and I just wanted to bring it out for the others as well, the other supervisors in the other areas as well, to have your team or you conduct these meetings, the area plan meetings in those areas, in those locations, in a town hall type setting, and they would be opened to the public so that people could come and attend, as we did back in like 2008, where people could attend them, and that they would be on Zoom as well. So just bringing that forward.
Given our grant deadlines and restrictions, last October/November, in 4 weeks, we held 46 local area plan advisory committee meetings. It would not have been humanly possible for me to hold all of those in person in the planning areas, and that's why we chose a combination of virtual and on-site, both at the board chambers and at the planning areas. That's because we had to cover an awful lot of material in a very short period of time. We did gather great public input, and we're using that to work on our draft local area plans, which should be out later this year. Our approach this next time, since we're actually going to have drafts to work from and not, it'll be something for the whole group to focus on, and we'll distribute those widely for the purpose of gaining public input. Our goal or our plan this next time, since local area plan advisory committees were not on the original scope of work, and so that I am the one doing them, our goal is to team up with our municipal advisory committees and councils around the lake and have combined LAPAC and municipal advisory committee meetings. Should we have to add additional meetings, I will do my best to keep them in person and in the planning area, but with 8 different LAPACs, 8 different draft local area plans, I will do so to the best of my ability while retaining my sanity. So I can't guarantee they'll all be in person, but I will definitely take advantage of those municipal advisory committees, because that's where our public is already looking for as an avenue for their input.
And I really appreciate that. And I do understand the sanity portion as well.
Kind of like what little I do have left.
But I know that there are people that will.
That is true. Yeah. Shannon's reminding me that when we did do those in-person meetings, we had very little success in having hybrid meetings. So we'll absolutely do the best we can. But for anyone in the public who wants to participate or send in their comments at any time, they can come see me. Mm-hmm. They can send me an email. They can go on to our lakecounty2050.org website and always send in their comments that way too. So it is essential. The absolute highest priority of the Lake County 2050 process is to gather that public input.
Real quick, you mentioned back to, I think it was community growth boundaries, you talked about cannabis activities. That's cultivation or like different dispensaries and things like that. Does that, what you're saying, does that have anything to do with medicinal? Because I know that there's been issues in some of the community growth boundaries in different areas where they thought that because it's a community growth boundary and no cultivation is to take place there, there would be folks with their medicinal plants, and then there's the idea that that shouldn't have happened there, but we were explaining to them that we can't necessarily, hinder anyone from medicinal grows, if you will. And I don't know if that's
There's a very clear differentiation between commercial cannabis and adult or medicinal personal use cannabis. The state does allow for this personal or medicinal use cultivation to take place within a residential area. We have regulations currently in Article 26 that help to control that. We have had issues where people have abused that for commercial purposes. And so that's been keeping code enforcement busy and will continue to do so. We are going to create clearer delineation while still aligning with state law for personal and personal medicinal cultivation uses. We are also identifying ways that we can strengthen our public outreach and education and make it a lot more clear when we do encounter these either authentic or, kind of sneaking by, trying to work the system grows in residential areas, so that we'll have quicker enforcement and correction of those issues.
Thank you for explaining that.
My pleasure.
Sure, because I know that that's been brought up, and
Another thing we should make very clear is that typically the buffers from residential areas are for cultivation activities. The other uses are cannabis-related businesses such as manufacturing, processing, things like that, retail. Those can occur currently within community growth boundaries.
thank you. I know Supervisor Spatier, you had your pen up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that if there is a need to assist in those future meetings, we have the technology now to go anywhere in Lake County and be able to stream and do hybrid. So it was because of some of our situations that we encountered that we purchased that extra technology.
We are going to make full use of it.
Did you have your pen up?
Thank you.
No, I forgot, but I did offer as well, when you're in our district, that I would be willing to help with whatever you need.
I greatly appreciate that offer. We do rely on the supervisors as our conduits to the public as well, and we're using every tool possible.
And I really appreciate you making this, available for them.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll move on to planning area boundary amendments, and then I want to just highlight the GPAC recommendations, and I'm out of here, unless you guys have input. Planning area boundaries. Okay, so we have 8 planning areas. Let's just go straight to the first one. Planning area boundaries do not mean that by amending these boundaries, we focused on what community do you really align yourself with. It's kind of an intuitive thing. It doesn't affect school districts, fire districts, funding, nothing. It's just which local area plan will your community be included. Upper Lake Nice. Okay, that black line is going through Scotts Valley. Currently, half of Scotts Valley is in Upper Lake Nice planning area. The other half is in Lakeport. The LAPACs both agreed that let's amend that. I'll go back to that other one. Let's amend to include all of Scotts Valley within the Lakeport local area plan, except for the portion of Blue Lakes. So I don't even know if you can see that one. Well, anyway, so the recommendation is to include all of Scotts Valley. Moving on to Lakeport and Upper Lake. No, moving over to Lower Lake and Middletown. So you'll see a dip. If you look along that white line, that white boundary with that black line in there, currently there's a subdivision there in that little triangular dip area that's divided between the Lower Lake and the Middletown. The recommendation is let's include the whole subdivision in one local area plan, just to be tidy. Let's see, what else?
Which area plan are you putting it in?
It's going to go into Lower Lake.
And that's the Hofacre area?
Yes.
Or is that, okay.
Yes, I think that is it. Next one. See all those sort of scribbly little teeny black lines? Those are actually town names or road names. Those aren't recommendations. The solid black line is what we're looking at. I was starting to get confused, so I just wanted to clear that up. So this new boundary then, that is that white one that follows Socrates Mine Road. This is just more intuitive. It would then be included in the Cobb Mountain area, to include areas that just sort of self-identify with Cobb Mountain.
Does that follow the district boundary? And
It actually closer follows the community, the Cobb Area Council boundaries.
which I think is the district boundary too after redistricting?
We do not align with supervisorial districts because this is a 20-year general plan and supervisorial districts change with every census. So, yeah.
And where was
I
it?
think it's
It was just this hard line up there in right there. Then there is another one. Is there another? Oh, shoot. There's another Cobb Mountain. No, it's the one that adds Siegler Springs into it. So it also more closely aligns with the Cobb Area Council boundaries.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that's. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Cobb and Lower Lake.
Sorry.
We're using a previous set of slides. Sorry, we're kind of moving around. Okay, so that one, see that white triangle, hypotenuse?
Mm-hmm.
That would then include the Siegler Springs community within the Cobb Mountain area. They're currently in Lower Lake. Next slide. Okay. Cobb Mountain, Kelseyville. Oh, right. So you'll see that diagonal white line. That is giving part of Cobb Mountain that's just along the Highway 175 corridor over to Kelseyville. And both LAPACs were amenable to that. Good. Next one. Upper Lake Nice Shoreline Communities. Okay, there was robust discussion about the town of Lucerne. Should the town of Lucerne remain in shoreline communities, which includes Lucerne, Glen Haven, Clear Lake Oaks, Double Eagle, Spring Valley, High Valley, and the Gooseneck part of Clear Lake area? Or should it go over to the Upper Lake Nice planning area? This was discussed there was public input submitted by the Eastern Regional Town Hall, and there was a meeting in December at the Central Regional Town Hall, which is Lucerne and Lucerne areas, to discuss it. And the Central Regional Town Hall made a recommendation to move Lucerne from the shoreline communities over to the Upper Lake Nice planning area. So I think we'll think of a better name. Instead of the Upper Lake Nice Lucerne planning area, we'll probably maybe think of something catchier for that in the future. And so that is the recommendation of of both LAPACs, shoreline communities and Upper Lake Nice. And that concludes our planning area boundary amendment discussion. Any questions?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you. Just a quick question, because I know in the original shoreline communities, it did include the city of Clear Lake. Are we carving that out, or is it still kind of staying in there?
Both cities have their own general plan.
Yeah.
And so so we are correcting that by carving out the city of Clear Lake because they're their own jurisdiction.
Yeah, it felt like it was a remnant of a pre-1980 status before it became a city.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question on the Middletown line boundary to the north shortening and us losing some area there at Socrates rather than it going up a little further. So where does that come from?
That discussion followed what seemed to the LAPAC to be a very intuitive alignment. And since it absolutely, it's not like a negotiations where there's a winner and a loser. It's just a switching from a community that identifies more with Cobb rather than Middletown. Both of the LAPACs were amenable to that request.
Okay.
I can shed some light on that. So after the Valley Fire, when the Cobb Area Council started, it is on. Everyone's yelling at me.
I'm deaf.
That Cobb Area Council came together and drew their own lines of the community that they wanted to be organized as. And so that was one of the corrections, and the Siegler Springs was one of the corrections. So that's the area of the Cobb Area Council. They worked, I was on it back then, had conversations with Math during then to redraw those boundaries, figure out the different areas. And then that is a community of interest, which was determined during the census and then redistricting.
Yeah, I would like to talk to the Middletown area.
Yes. All planning area boundary recommendations came from in-person, in the location meetings. So the Middletown LAPAC, that was a really well-attended meeting, and they discussed that recommendation specifically in person.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and open it up to the public unless you have something
Lastly, I just have the GPAC recommendations. Through the two GPAC meetings, they started looking at every single LAPAC recommendation, but then actually pivoted and sort of reaffirmed that they are the county-wide advisory committee rather than the local area plan. So one of their first recommendations, and since there was significant wordsmithing, I'm just going to read them real quick to you so I don't get them wrong. One was support all recommendations of planning area boundaries that had approval of the affected LAPACs. Encourage mixed use, including shared primary uses, commercial and residential, be added as an option within community growth boundaries for both new planned development and existing commercial areas. Encourage walkable neighborhood planning for multimodal transportation. Require congruence between community growth boundary amendments and ongoing sphere of influence reviews for public health and safety services. Encourage county policy to seek options to support mixed-use development, including removing governmental obstacles and seeking funding options. And then lastly, preserve the agriculture land use designated areas primarily used for food production and preserve resource conservation land use designated areas. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to talk about this? If you come up, speak into the microphone, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Crandall and Supervisors. My name's Margot Kambara. This is an extraordinary opportunity for Lake County to build the Lake County of our dreams today. And I'm very thankful for being granted a small role in this effort. I respectfully disagree with Director Turner's characterization of some of the GPAC's conclusions. GPAC did not endorse the LAPAC's recommendations as a whole. We reached a point where we found that we did not agree. But the decision was made that our recommendations from GPAC and those from the LAPACs would be presented to your body, to your board for your consideration. I personally think that that's a disservice to you because you're going to be bombarded with community input and as well as input from the LAPACs. I thought, and some of my other colleagues feel that the GPAC could be a better service to you if we could be a filter and to go offline and do some independent study groups if necessary, if appropriate, but at least to give you a more considered opinion on some of these recommendations. In particular, and I don't mean to nitpick, but some of the big objections were the loss of ag lands by piecemealing, by carving out the community growth boundaries, by some parcels being zoned previously as industrial. So that takes us onto the slow train of losing our ag lands, which our residents value so much as our agricultural nature and the small town feel of Lake County. If we're not careful, we can lose the agricultural nature of Lake County parcel by parcel by carving parts of a parcel out for development. And so I bring this to your attention. Also, if we find that the current grant structure is not meeting our needs, we're talking about the Lake County of our dreams. Maybe we should revisit the plan and the strategy for doing a general plan and local area plans that do justice for Lake County and its people. I also wanted to bring to your attention that there is strong support to preserving ag lands. I've been talking to community members and they are concerned. I also want to bring it to the granularity of the Kelseyville area plan. While some community members see the value in that having higher density zoning near the schools, it makes sense. They don't recall that being discussed at a local area plan meeting. I've asked for the minutes or the meeting notes for the Kelsey area plan of meetings. I know Director Turner is very, very busy and she has a ton of emails, I'm sure. But
can you wrap up? Yeah.
This is a great opportunity. I hope we can take advantage of it. Thank you.
Real quick, I have a question, Margot, if you can. When you say you've been talking to them, who specifically is them?
There are some community members who have reached out to me, and they share concerns about our losing ag lands and and how it's getting addressed during the local area plan meetings.
And so all different area plans, anyone specific or?
Primarily in the Kelseyville area plan.
Okay. Thank you.
But at the general at the general plan meeting, there was concern within the GPAC about the parcels in Lower Lake. So it's a theme across the county of lands that are zoned ag or can be used for ag, and if they get incorporated into the community growth boundary, well, once you lose ag lands, it's almost impossible to get them back into production.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have something to add? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I want to still leave it open on the change in our boundaries in the Middletown area.
Did you want to?
Nothing is finalized until the board approves the general plan late next year.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Sabatier?
And that was going to be my question. We're not approving anything today. This is just a presentation of suggestions and recommendations. Our final approval is in the future, so just wanted to make sure that that was...
Thank you.
I still have public comment open, so I'll go ahead and, if there's anyone else that would like to come and make comment. Anyone on Zoom? Bring it back to the board for final comment. Is there anyone else that has anything to add or any questions, or if there's anything you would like to finish with, or?
I wanted to express great appreciation to all the members that were appointed onto the LAPACs and the GPACs. We had quite a wild ride this last fall, just trying to get as much input as possible, and a lot of them hung in there. You know, we couldn't get every member at every meeting, but I really appreciate how willing they were to quickly respond to the doodle polls and to really take time to give us some really great input. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close this presentation. Is there direction? Do you have enough direction? I think that was listed on there.
The direction that I saw that got consensus was to take a look at the Blue Lakes R1 properties for
Anything
amendment.
else
I had asked about, and I believe there's been some applications come in. I don't know. They
Different
might be
item.
later in the agenda.
What's this about? Which order?
For the Middletown didn't have the total number of appointees.
Appointments for Middletown LAPAC members is on a different agenda.
Okay. On, not today's or?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I think. Did you have something? Go ahead.
Action was to receive the report.
Okay. Yeah, let's receive the report. We just need action.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to receive Lake County 2050 update.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you for
Thank you,
keeping me
Maria.
on task with that, Vice Chair. So we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's 12:38. We'll go ahead and come back at 1:40. All right, welcome back from the lunch break. We will go ahead and continue on with our next item on the agenda since we've covered all of the timed items. We'll move on to item 7.8. We'll start out with that. Discussion of delinquent property taxes, including A, impacts of tax defaulted land sale, TDLS, deficit sales, and B, development of a low value ordinance. And this will be presented by the Treasurer Tax Collector and Auditor Controller / County Clerk.
Hi, so Patrick Sullivan, Lake County Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here today with Genevieve Harrington, the Auditor Controller County Clerk. As your chair stated, this item is about tax defaulted land sales and the potential development of a low value ordinance. I realize that we have a few new members on the Board of Supervisors, so if you'd like, I can just give a quick rundown on the history of kind of how we got here. So in Lake County, it was actually about over 100 years ago, there were a series of land speculators who created these large subdivisions. They've been referred to since as the paper subdivisions. They were mostly in Nice and Lucerne. There are some in Clear Lake as well, but they were never fully developed. So they're all these very small parcels, which today now represent very low assessed values. But generally speaking, roads were never connected, utilities weren't hooked up. A lot of them are in geologically unstable areas. They can be on slopes, and much of it's been designated as substandard in terms of zoning. So what that's left us with is that we have these large tracts of land that are on the tax roll as these low value lots, and they receive bills, but there's no real usable value to them, that there's no opportunity to build. There's not really a prospect right now in the current state to move forward with them in a meaningful way where they can be put to use. Previously, the county adopted a paper subdivision management plan. Part of the plan the county adopted was to not sell these lots at tax auction. What was happening was that these lots were going tax delinquent. Once it hits 5 years of delinquency, when someone doesn't pay their property tax, we take it to auction. normally to a Chapter 7 tax sale, a public auction. But what was happening was that typically people wouldn't purchase them, or if someone did, we'd run into the problem that we still experience where someone sees the listing online, sometimes on eBay, sometimes through some other private party site. They purchase the land, they get there, they find out that they can't even get to it, or it's on a hillside, it's a vertical lot, and now they're stuck with it. So that was part of the strategy behind not doing that. Since then, there was a state controller investigation, there was some associated litigation. It basically came to pass that we have to attempt to sell these lots. We can't just sit on them anymore. And that's triggered this new issue that before by sitting on them, not selling them, we weren't incurring costs. The county now is incurring costs both in staff time and actual costs associated with these auctions. So that sort of sets the stage to where we're at. And so there's two issues we want to touch on. The first is the tax defaulted land sales and the deficit sale that comes out of them. And just to be clear, the deficit sale, what we're getting at is these lots are, let's say, worth a few $1,000s in terms of assessed value. But because of interest and penalties, because they have sat for decades, sometimes longer, the actual tax bill owed that we have to try to collect at the auction is much higher than the actual value of the lot, even if we could find a buyer. In the last auction, almost 80% of our lots received no buyer, no bidder. So typically we aren't even really able to sell these, but we're trying to run them through the motions of selling them. But then when we reduce the minimum bid needed, that creates that deficit that in order to lower the bid to the point where we could actually get a buyer, we're essentially waiving off all of those other taxes and fees that were assessed on the lot, all those interest penalties, the direct charges that can be from sewer, from fire districts, cemetery districts, anyone else. Those are all getting wiped out. So, I don't know, do you want to speak to this more about the...
We'll say prorated. The amount collected is prorated amongst all of those amounts. But then whatever's left is wiped out but recovered, whether taken back from the agency or we have to take it from Teeter to recover the loss.
Yeah, and maybe just again, because some folks may be new to this, we should touch on Teeter and jump in if I get this wrong. But the gist of it is that Lake County is a Teeter county. So counties had the choice of whether to adopt the Teeter plan. If you chose to adopt the Teeter plan, what that meant was that the county fronts the money to these local agencies. So basically we assume like the bill's getting paid, that the bill will be paid, that the county will ultimately recover the money. And the goal is that the agencies are made whole in the meantime, but ultimately the county is going to get those funds back. But now what's happened because of these deficit sales is that we're not actually recovering those funds in auction. There's not enough money.
Well, and take a step back when because we're a Teeter county, we do front the money. So we give the agencies the money before it's collected, and it's based off the certified value, which if it includes uncollectible amounts, we're giving out amounts that we know are uncollectible later, and that gap is getting bigger.
Yeah, and so I would say that in these recent sales, because of the volume, that's what's really escalated this, is that in the past, when the county would do deficit sales, there would be a few like this on each tax sale, each auction, where we didn't bring enough money to pay the taxes. But now, because the goal is to do 1,000 properties each year in the sale, there's more and more deficit sales. So what previously was a small gap is just being greatly enlarged. And then the other issue is because it's sale after sale that exists of these deficit type properties where the amount due is overstated, there's not the opportunity to recover. Usually you would have sort of an ebb and flow and it might wash out, but there's not the new incoming revenue to wash out those deficits. So I think that's what led us to where we're at now. I know the Auditor Controller's Office has the rough estimate. Do you want to touch on that?
I mean, I guess what led us to coming to you today is we finally got through all of the calculations. So to take a step back, when I first came to Lake County, we did, I walked into 8 deficit sales, and that took us about a month and a half. It was a tremendous amount of work. I just got done doing over 200. It took us well over 6 months, high-level management staff, well over, I'd say about $600,000 in county resources to figure out the grand total loss, because they're all losses. And so it's huge. We see it's a problem. So not only do we want to address the problem and the cleanup that needs to happen, but also, as Patrick mentioned, to mitigate it going forward, to make sure that we're not perpetuating this problem and we don't have this again.
Yeah, it may be helpful just to clarify in terms of the teeter plan that explain how the county fronts that money. So what Auditor Controller is referring to is that after these tax sales, essentially the full amount that could be paid out to the agency was paid out. Like the theoretical maximum of what could be paid out is what's paid. And then now some of that money has to flow back now that the calculations are essentially done, right?
So once we've calculated, I guess, the sale amount, prorated it, whatever was there, paid off what we could, and then the difference, because we did already give that out in a prior year, we have to recover that back. A portion of it is covered by our tax loss reserve, so the 1% the county has to cover, and then the direct charge portion the agency is supposed to return. So those are the two $2 amounts you're seeing today. So basically, the teeter is expected to cover about 1.3, almost 1.4 million, and then approximately 2.6 million is expected to be recovered from the agencies. And we know nobody's prepared for that. Nobody really knew. We couldn't have anticipated this. I mean, we probably said, hey, bad idea, but we didn't know until just now what the impact truly was.
And so then I guess that leads us to just a discussion of what we're looking at going forward. Because we have this large inventory of tax defaulted properties that are of such low value, if we don't ultimately do something, this situation, this cycle will continue. I just wanted to highlight a few of the statistics that are involved here, and this may shed some light on where we're going. Costs to take a property through the tax sale can cost somewhere between $500 and $700. And some of those are hard costs. There's also the staff time involved. And so it's a bit of a ballpark. But what I think is more important sometimes is that we're pulling people from other duties to do these sales, in which we're getting 80% no bids. And in fact, going forward, the majority of our inventory, a lot of it is in the Nice and Lucerne paper subdivisions where we would expect to receive no bids. So we would incur all that staff time and cost if we were to proceed with the sale in that area, but we would potentially make or recover no dollars. To give an idea of what our inventory looks like as a whole, especially with these properties, we looked at properties that are valued under $5,000 as kind of a baseline because that seems to be where the breaking point is. Properties that are worth over $5,000 in value tend to be more stable in terms of tax delinquency. When you look at the total roll, about 22% of parcels are worth $5,000 or less. But despite the fact they're 22% of the total parcels, they make up only 0.8% of total charges if you include all direct charges like sewer, water, utilities, whatever can be attached to the property. And if you look at the base tax itself, those 22% of parcels represent only 0.25% of the total taxes assessed. So that's about $246,000. This is based off 2022 data because we always have to look backwards.
Mm-hmm. Expected to not be recovered. Correct?
Yeah, so this is the bigger issue is that in 2022, when we were getting, this is back when we were really getting rolling with auctions, trying to increase this volume, 74% of our inventory was under $5,000 in value. Despite the fact we're trying to auction 1,000 properties a year, that's actually risen 4% to 78%. So, and the total number of tax defaulted properties is growing. But the growth is entirely in these low value lots. Properties that are worth over $10,000 are remaining fairly stable. So this is sort of our issue here is that ultimately this is going to swallow us up. If we don't do something to change change the situation. We can't auction properties fast enough to keep up with it. It also begs the question about the type of properties that are out there. Most of the buyers we have were, potentially duped into purchasing these properties. And certainly one of our most regular calls in our office are people that are asking to turn it over to the county. They want to know if they can donate it. They just want out. They don't want to pay their tax bill anymore. They're paying their tax bill. They want to know what they can do. The county right now does not take that land back. We won't take those donations. So it's also a little weird, and frankly, it puts me in a difficult position if I'm end up forced into auctioning these properties, because it puts both my office and the county in the position of perpetuating this problem, which is certainly something I'd like to stay away from. So right now, I think what we're looking for today is to understand the board's position, to get an idea of which direction the county wants to go with this. We've done some of this initial analysis that would indicate a low-value ordinance is likely the best route. My understanding is that there's 8 counties left that don't have a low-value ordinance. That's why it's hard to find someone else similarly situated to Lake County, because we're just one of the few remaining counties that doesn't have one, and we also happen to be one that has these large developments that are sort of unusable. So I think what we're asking for today is we're seeking the board's direction to support development of a low-value ordinance. We have spoken with the assessor's office. Mr. Ford can't be here today. He had to leave for a conference. There'd be some additional work to do to define the unsecured element of a low-value ordinance, but ultimately that would be rolled into a final version that could be presented to the board. Just to be clear, there would be at least 2 more appearances with that ordinance in front of the board. So if we were to go forward on this, that would give us the opportunity to work with the fire districts and other impacted agencies to begin to understand the impact that's happened so far, and to also understand what the long-term impacts are going to be. These low-value lots have an extremely high delinquency rate. Countywide, our delinquency rate is about 6%, but in the low-value lots, it's depending on the TRA, I think average is 34%, but there's some where it's almost 40% delinquent. So it's going to require a look district by district to understand what the impacts are. And I think the most important part to highlight is the vast majority of this, unfortunately, is going to be borne by a few of the fire districts, because the total amount of tax that's owed is very small, and that's spread throughout the entire county. But it's that $500,000 or so of direct charges that are just really concentrated with fire districts, because their fees are typically not based off assessed value. It's a flat fee. So that's why they're going to end up dealing with the brunt of this. But I'd also just highlight the delinquency rate is already so high that not everyone is paying, and the delinquency rates are increasing. So it's still a diminishing stream of revenue over time. But yeah, that's, I think where we're at in terms of our ask is that before we spend any more time on this, because it's an incredible amount of work to go through this process and put together the data and pull district by district what we need. If the board is not at least in concept in favor of this idea, we really don't want to spend any more time on it, because we're already stretched pretty thin with tax sales. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pat and Genevieve. I wanted to just acknowledge a couple things. One, I know a couple years back, 19 and 20, prior to both of you being in the positions, we were really focusing on trying to get tax sales done again. At that time, I'm not sure if, we just wanted a sale, I think, back then. And so this wasn't really in the consideration at the time, because we just needed a sale to be done. And so then noticing the skewed numbers because of these fees, basically, or these tax defaulted properties, it gives like a really different picture on what's really valued and all of that, like you mentioned. So it's, I know this is a housekeeping type of thing, and just glad that we're at least addressing it, because it's going to continue. I know they have a paper parcel plan in the district and whatnot too. So it's just glad to at least start the dialogue to start addressing these housekeeping issues that you all are bringing forward. So I don't know who's first.
I think he was.
Vice Chair.
A couple of questions. I think I saw that the total number of current tax defaulted lots was 3,500. Is that right? I didn't, not in this report, but I think I had.
Oh, I think according to the most recent data, it's 5,139 is the most recent total of tax defaulted lots that are eligible for auction.
Okay, and then, so 5,100 there, and I know sometimes, more might come next year. What is the total number of lots that are in paper subdivision? Do we know?
So I've actually wrestled with that same question because it's been hard to get a clear answer on that. I know of the 13,000 or so lots that are under $5,000. I want to say 9 to 10,000 of them appear to be in the paper subdivisions. So the vast majority of them are in those paper subdivisions.
Okay. And then you mentioned 500,000 in direct charges. Would that 500,000, is that part of the 2.6 million total number that is been paid out to agencies who receive property tax?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Also, just to clarify, that's the annual billing that comes from direct charges. So that's what you'd see in 1 year.
Okay.
On direct charges, roughly. About 540 is what I last ran, actually.
540?
Yeah.
Because my next question was going to be, the 2.6 million is going back, is it 3 years approximately, or do we know?
The delinquency goes back
Much further?
much further. So we've been working on, so the sales started about 3 years ago, and we can start working on the calculations in the last 3 years, but the delinquency goes back eons.
Okay.
Yeah, some of those delinquencies can range back. I believe we have delinquencies going back into the early 60s that we're aware of. But I think the majority of these, at least as far as we can readily trace, go back 20 to 30 years in the paper subdivisions easily.
Okay. That's it for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the amount of years, because it has been, and I'm glad that we're coming to a point of trying to end some of this that's been going on for quite some time. I think it was Supervisor Owen,
Yeah.
and then Supervisor Sabatier after.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Sabatia, because I forgot what I was going to ask.
So this is a big deal. I'll start by saying that I'm glad we're having the conversation because, as I stated earlier during our General Plan 2050 conversation, these are issues that have been happening for 100 years and nobody has stepped up with a solution. The idea that has been placed on the table is to do Chapter 8 sales and to sell those vacant lots in the paper parcels to the jurisdiction that it belongs to. So that's the first thing I would like to see is what's the plan to directly sell those properties to the county so we can start controlling the end results of what's happening in the Lucerne-Nice area or into the city for them to be in hold of their own destiny of what's happening to that area. If we're claiming we're losing money, then that should be a pretty simple task for us to say, okay, let's get rid of those off the books. Especially since they've all gone through tax sales, or at least the majority have, and therefore it's the second time around, and we should be able to do that. Because no private person is going to spend the money to develop these. That's why they've stayed there since 1920. And so thank you for starting the Chapter 8 sales. It's taken time for us to get to that point, but I know that we had, I believe now 2 successful ones. I don't know if that last one was finalized yet, but we did one with the city of Clear Lake and we did one with special districts not too long ago, which has at least helped develop the plan and process on how to do those Chapter 8 sales. I don't know if we did one before, but I've never heard of one happening before this.
I think we've moved about 40 parcels through Chapter 8 in the last 2 years. So there's a long way to go in utilizing that. But yeah, it certainly is a tool that can be used. And I guess that would be a question to kick back to your board, is that I know previously when it was looked at the county acquiring properties, I think there was a reluctance for the county to acquire them because of liability and other concerns. I would also note that I think at that time we didn't understand that there was a cost involved in sitting on them. That back then when we looked at it, sitting on them was a viable option, or at least appeared to be. But now we can't ignore them any longer after the state controller intervened. So, yeah, but right now I don't have clear direction on what to do with that.
Right, and I think there's the indirect cost of sitting on them, which is wildfire issues, homeless encampments, illegal dumping. There are so many other issues that keeps those areas as blighted as possible to never have value. And so I think that it's on us to make that change. And I think that historically we've been waiting on someone else to fix this for us. So that's the one thing I would love to see, how we move forward with Chapter 8 sales to make it as easy as possible to get those into the right hands. Number two, I'm worried about the 2.6 million, and I misunderstood my conversation that I had with Mr. Sullivan last Thursday. I thought it was based on the bids that were approved, that we received the funds from people who purchased tax defaulted properties, that we handed out those funds and we're recouping. What you're telling me is we're recouping teeter that has been handed out to those agencies over the last 10, 20 years to add up to this, rather than, because that's what I heard you saying today, is that we've been paying them teeter, but then we did a deficit sale where you're not going to get to recoup the teeter. And so now we're recouping money from, I'm going to request, I want to better understand the rules of statute of limitations, because some of these, as you stated, have been since 1950, 1960. I know 30 years was easy to find within the tax defaulted properties. I'm worried about what that number is.
Statute of limitations on penalties accruing.
Asking money back that we gave to somebody with maybe not even a fine print of this may not be the money you actually should be receiving. I don't know.
The agencies.
I would say I think there may still be some confusion, and I guess the Auditor Controller's Office can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but this is not recovering the ad valorem that's teetered. This is not recovering the 1%. This is only recovering direct charges, which are not teetered.
Okay.
So it's not reaching back to the dawn of time to grab those, the 1%.
Yeah. 1%, but it could be a direct charge from 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so because we front full amount and then calculate later, and this unique situation is again why it couldn't be anticipated.
And I apologize. I heard teeter being discussed, so that's why I started misunderstanding what I thought I understood, but I think I'm back to what I originally understood. Okay. I would like to request, and of course through the board's approval, we need to have a sit down with all these taxing agencies. Some of the numbers that were shared with me are immense numbers. Well, not in the millions, but some agencies are looking at a few $100,000, more than a few $100,000, some as less than 120,000, and goes down and down. And I want to make sure that we don't tip our other agencies that are working in partnership with us to provide services to our community, to make sure we can resolve this in a way that doesn't really just tilt them to the point that they can't do the work that they're supposed to do, meant to do, because those are large numbers. So I hope that you can put a meeting together and figuring out what's a good game plan that everyone can better understand what's being asked of them and how to get back to a balance of zero, because I think that's just sending those bills out is gonna not come back with positive results.
Right, because in the past, my next step would have been to process a journal and take it, which we've done, but we got to this step and we said we can't do that. And so I would think before we sit down with the agencies, I was hoping for county direction on how to handle this. I didn't know if just processing a journal was the next step or how that would look. So I think we were hoping for ideas on how to handle this before I reached out to the individual agencies.
I think one of the discussions that we had, and one of the points you raised was the possibility of bringing this back in installments, right? Instead of returning all the funds at once, was potentially spacing out those payments in some respect.
Yes. So
Okay.
one idea was recovering it through future teeter distributions. Those are the largest distributions we give throughout the year. So if I reduced it maybe in 2 installments over the next 2, I'm not sure, or if the county had other ideas on how to handle this. Really, that's why we're here, because we don't expect to just go and process a journal taking all this back from the agencies.
And my final comment is, yes, we're going to save ourselves some headaches, potential money, but in the long run, we're taking away possibly from others, as you stated, that a large hit would be maybe on our fire districts, maybe some of our schools, whatever the impact would be. And maybe a conversation, and I'm sure that some people will get upset about what I'm about to say, but we're not compensated for the work of putting out bills for some of these other agencies. Is there a middle ground where we can get paid for doing that type of work, but not reduce it down to zero where they receive nothing, where there's a better balance rather than completely shutting them out just because tumultuous times right now, unknown future? What are the other options that could be on the table?
So I can speak to part of that, and I'm going to kick it over to Genevieve here. I think there are some other options about cost recovery from agencies that can run through the auditor controller's office for what they charge, but it doesn't necessarily resolve the underlying issue that the tax debt is building up so high that there's no way to even recover the funds for the agency. Because all of the tax debt and county fees get parked in front of those direct charges, even if we are successful in selling a lot, a fire district isn't likely to recover. And like I said, none of the other agencies involved from a fiscal aspect are really going to be severely impacted, other than maybe special districts with some utilities. But like schools, anyone else, it's minimal because everyone else, their share is based off assessed value rather than these flat fees. So they just don't drive up that much value. I think districts, for instance, have the opportunity to bill separately. If we are not parked in front of them on the tax sale, then they could bill separately and they would actually recover the whole amount, even if it meant recovering directly against that property. Right now, because we're in front of them with interest and penalties, like I said, even in a successful auction, we're going to end up getting them cut off. They're not going to get paid. Whereas if they were trying to directly recover, they still might.
Then Supervisor Owen, you were next, and then Supervisor Pieska.
I had wanted to know, and actually Supervisor Sabatier had touched on part of my question. So, but portion of it is, what would these paper subdivisions be best suited for, looking to rezoning, or what could be done? What do you foresee? Or perhaps Miss Maria might be able to have some ideas as far as what would fit that terrain and those ability, what's there for the future, and would rezoning, and if we're getting a clump of them, to put them together or something for a different purpose, where it could be sold as a 5-acre or a acreage, or was it rural lands or rural residential or something along those lines, to make it where we could get something out of it. That would be my question. Is there a way that we can redo this area since we're in the process?
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. In 2014 or 15, the Board of Supervisors did adopt a paper parcel subdivision management plan, and grouping some of those parcels together, merging them, and then selling them as developable lots was one of the options. That is, of course, limited to a certain sprinkling of the parcels that are already pretty near drivable roads or emergency vehicle accessible roads, as well as access to municipal services. Other ideas were to collect those parcels and save them for development of trail systems. So yeah, we're taking a look now at options to maybe move forward to realize part of that subdivision management plan through the Lake County 2050 process by possibly changing those land use designations from something that is residential to something that is more towards parks and trails. But we're taking a look to make sure that that won't have huge tax impacts or other things, because I'm not sure why they didn't do it in 2008. So we're taking a look to see maybe if that would be a good idea to change that land use designation to maybe open space.
Yeah, and that the parks was something I'd had wrote down as well. I know in Clear Lake where they have some, there was a little bit of talk when I was with you and Alan about possibly some of those paper subdivisions, you know, kind of converging them and kind of putting a park in possibly. Because obviously they're not bringing any tax revenue in at this point, and they're actually costing us. So whether it be tax or a larger parcel where somebody has room for a home, and you know, so that it can turn that around. But now that we're going through the rezoning, might be a good time to look at options.
Thank you. Yeah, similar to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, just short of cannabis calls, our top volume of calls is people wanting to develop these paper parcels that they inherited from their great grandma. So we have told thousands of members of the public who either have inherited these parcels or who have bought them thinking they could develop them, all the many reasons why that's not an option. It's real painful for people who think they've gotten this great deal to come to Lake County and live on a little parcel of land with an awesome view to be told, sorry, you can't even quite get to your parcel. There are no roads, no infrastructure, and yeah. It would be great if we could use it for its higher and better purpose, which would be public access and hiking trails.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, ethically, we need to get to find a solution that works for everybody. But I do see that Chief Cepeda is on, and I know he's one of the agencies, so I was wondering if we could hear from him.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. You know, I've been there for a long time, and I feel your sorrow and empathy. I realize I'm going to be probably one of the hardest hit. I know for my staff, I'm only speaking for Lake County Fire, is that we, look at a biannual payment for no more than 2 years based upon the overall amount that we're going to owe. I do like a lot of the dialogue. I know that I've worked with Lars Ewing on some of that Parks and Rec that he has. The merging of lots, whether looking for ag, commercial, light industrial, manufacturing, I think those are great ideas. I just think that for us moving forward, Lake County Fire is to be able to look at trends of property values so that in our capital replacement plan and everything else we have, we can look at 5, 10-year, 15-year increments and what that direct charge and tax is going to be impacting our budgets. But I thank you for your time, and if there's anything that Misha and I can do, let me know.
All right, wanted to bring up one more thing. Pat, you and I had talked before about, and I don't know if this fits into what we're talking about, I just know it fits into the paper subdivision parcel situation, and that was looking for like nonprofits or whoever to do like a silent auction to, suffice these properties as like green belts, trails. I also was thinking at the same time with the Lake County Recreation Authority, possibly having some sort of interface with that. I know that there's been lots of discussion with some folks in Lucerne and Nice talking about bike trails for mountain bikes and things like that. I think some of them reached out to you, Supervisor Pyska. Just throwing this out there, I don't know if it fits, but just trying to find some use for the lands, and then also just reiterate that discussion we had, and if it even fits when it comes to the silent auctions or whatever you want to call it for those agencies.
So, yeah, there's a few different options that can work in terms of open space for both what you're talking about. I think what Supervisor Owen was referencing is that the use of these lands for open space is permissible under Chapter 8 sales, so we can directly sell them. If the land trust already owns land, let's say in that area, we can do a sealed bid sale where they could make purchases of adjacent properties. But one of the difficult parts, I think, that we've all encountered in the past for this is that these properties all are sort of a checkerboard. There's tax defaulted lots next to privately held lots. So it's sometimes difficult to package them together into a usable amount. There are other entities that may be interested in acquiring them. I know we've made some initial inroads with the federal government, with the Forest Service, but that seems to have stalled out a bit. We've looked at other entities that may be interested, but I think one of the issues is acquiring enough land or setting aside enough in a block to do it. And at some point, I think whether it's for trails or parks, some entity, whether it's public or private, is probably going to have to acquire enough of those lots to kind of build a base. Because even, I know in the past we looked at grant funding for creating trails or parks, often you had to demonstrate that the project was viable. And when you don't own any land yet, when it's all not held by anyone, it makes it difficult as an applicant to really show you're ready to move forward. So, I know that's tough because I know no one's excited to hold these lots, but I think for a lot of the ideas, at some point, someone is probably going to have to acquire some of these.
But,
Go ahead.
but we need an ordinance to deal with this.
Yes, in the meantime, if we don't have an ordinance, this problem just continues to escalate.
Yeah, so that's what we need to talk about.
Yeah. Anything else before I open it to the public? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier, or I don't know who's first.
Supervisor, go.
So in the paper subdivision management plan, it only speaks to the unincorporated, and it speaks about 10,000 properties, but we know that you handle every property in the county. We have approximately 64,000 properties total in the county, at least from last time I looked at the full megabyte printout. Maybe it's 65,000, but it's around that number. There's at least 2,000 more in the city of Clear Lake, so that 10,000 from the management plan is 12. What does that do to your departments? And I guess I'm asking also about Rich's department, Mr. Ford's department, the assessor recorder, by taking out 15 to 20% of the properties that you have to process every single year?
So I know for the assessor's office, I don't want to speak for them too much, but in some respects, this doesn't help them as much as it helps my office. Well, yeah, and it's the assessor's office still has to go out and assess properties to determine whether or not they're going to hit that $5,000 mark. So for them, it doesn't necessarily save them a lot of money. I think where it saves the most, in the most direct way, is Treasurer Tax Collector's office, and then to a certain extent the Auditor Controller's office as well. But in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, what it mostly means is that I will no longer have to pull people from other duties. Right now I'm pulling staff off cannabis and transient occupancy tax audits. We're not able to do unsecured collections because of the tax sale. So frankly, this is hindering our ability to get to everything else that we're supposed to be doing. And staff are being pulled off projects that would bring in revenue. So I think that's the frustrating part for us, is that we just, unless we have more bodies, the only way to keep going on these tax sales is to pull people from other assignments.
Extra help, maybe?
Extra help, it may work on some of the other projects we do. The unfortunate part with the tax sales is that it's actually the senior accountant in my office plus Ms. Martinez, the assistant treasurer, and myself that do it, because these tax sales intersect all the most complex issues that we deal with. So unfortunately, we can't really use less senior staff. It requires a pretty high level of knowledge, which restricts who can actually do them.
Just want to just to mention it. Yes, it saves work on our office, but that equates to general fund resources. So it's a county-wide savings. So it might reduce our value appropriately in the beginning, but the county as a whole, I think, will benefit. So I just want to put that in perspective.
Vice Chair was next. Sorry about that.
Well, I just wanted to make some comments. I don't see how we can not be looking at how to resolve this, because obviously we're spending money on when we know we're not going to recover any money, and on top of that, paying out the direct charges. So we definitely have to address this, but I also want to make sure that we're working closely with the agencies that are affected and trying to figure out ways where we can potentially help them with the future charges, and I guess figure out a way to phase in any back billing that we have to do, because particularly with the fire departments, I mean, they have an important mission, and these are significant amounts of money when we're talking about 500,000. That could be a huge impact. So I just want to make sure we're looking into all that. And I also think that, while if we're going to work on this, we should be also actively working on the plan to figure out what we're going to do with these properties so that gets dealt with and not just wait on it. I think that's potentially something we could work on along with this and figure out, who might want those, whether it's us owning them and turning them into the trails or continuing to make another effort with the Forest Service on the North Shore ones. I don't know if that'll work out, but I think there's plenty of other options and opportunities to where we could do something great with these properties and not have this, but definitely think we have to work on it.
Supervisor Owen?
I would prefer, if possible, to examine the option of making them larger and rezoning them to make it larger parcels. The reason why is because their value should increase and they can have little ranchettes, and the agencies will end up getting some revenue from it. Second option would be, of course, for me personally, would be the trails. I think that's amazing. I just think that our agencies still need to recover some money and be able to plan for that. So, if it's feasible, to be able to make larger parcels.
And this may be more of a question for Director Turner, but generally, my understanding is the only way we can effectively do that is either one of the agencies, like if it's in the city limits of Clear Lake or another entity would need to acquire it, or the county would need to acquire it, merge it, and then flip it back in a sale to a private owner, if
Okay.
that's what we wanted to do. I think right now, while they all simply have the power to sell and are ready for the auction, we can't touch them like that.
Okay.
So.
Director Turner and then Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I think we looked at that a few years ago. It could involve an involuntary merger. Additionally, we would also keep in mind that the large majority of these parcels have very steep slopes, very unstable soils, and would require an up-to-date size road to be constructed to access them. So that may be viable for an extremely small number of parcels, but it would be an extremely small number of parcels.
So I think we need to give direction on how to work on it. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
had mentioned one more thing. We had talked about the $500,000 in direct charges that won't be billed with the low value ordinance. Keeping in mind 74% of that is likely not to be collected. And also, I just wanted to put it out there. We want to work with the agencies. As was mentioned, they can bill directly. So this is not the only way they can recover those fees. So we have some other ideas that are far less costly on the county to try to help them. So we do need to have conversations about that. So we have ideas. It's just that the tax bill is not the place for that type of billing to occur.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we give direction to work on an ordinance with the agencies, bringing them in for their input, and it's better to have them at the table in the beginning rather than just bring something that we've all worked on for a long time without having their input, which is really valuable, and we need to figure out. We do have to recover those discretionary funds at some point too, so we need to have a plan for that. We need to have a plan or what it looks like when agencies own all these paper subdivisions again. So there's a lot, I think, that we need to do, but I think the first step is working on the ordinance and bringing the agencies in to help with that.
All right, so I'll open it up to the public so that, because I don't think we've done that yet. So if there's anyone from the public that'd like to come on up.
Tom Lasik, this is more of a question. You mentioned, I think, 3 or 4 times about a low-value ordinance. Can you touch on the high points of what that low-value ordinance would constitute and how that would help the auditor and the treasurer and the county?
Okay. Sorry, I guess there's an alarm system that's been triggered or something, so we need to take 5 minutes. I apologize.
Do we need to walk out?
I don't know what, Susan just told me we need to take 5 minutes.
I don't.
Think about it.
I don't know. So we're just going to come back. We haven't addressed whatever the situation was, so we'll go ahead and continue and start. Tom, go ahead and start over, if you will.
Yes, Tom Lasik. Thank you, Chair Crandall, Vice Chair Rasmussen. This is just a question. I've heard the term low-value ordinance or something like that. As a layperson, I'm not familiar with that euphemism and what that means. So I was questioning what is in the low-value ordinance, or what you're wishing to be in the low-value ordinance, and how that would help the Treasury Department, the auditor, and the county on this issue. Thank you.
Go ahead, Pat.
You'd like us to respond, Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
So, yeah, a low-value ordinance is what counties pass in order to remove a certain class of properties from their tax roll. Some counties pick $10,000 as the cap, others $7,500, $5,000. $5,000 is a pretty common number from what I've seen. And what that means is that any property that's worth less than $5,000, the county takes it off their tax roll and stops sending a tax bill. Usually what counties look at is, in order to send out a bill, there's a cost involved. And then if, let's say, for follow-up, because they're late, we have to send a certified letter that costs $8 or $9. We have to take phone calls, but the bill is only for $20. So as the more time and money you spend on it, the less of a return you get. So $5,000 is often used, but the main cost when we did our review of this is actually heavily incurred on the delinquency side, because that's when we have to pay those larger figures associated with the auction and all the legal costs that go with it. So that's what it does. It removes those from our roll so that those properties no longer get a tax bill.
All right. Hope that answers. All right, any other public comment? All right, go ahead and unmute.
Hello, my name is Chris Jennings here in Lake County. How's everyone doing today? Can you hear me just fine?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just want to comment on these paper lots. I live in Clear Lake. I live next to these paper lots. There's several hundred paper lots over here. There is a handful of them in tax default. The tax defaults, you can easily go to the GIS and see them all. I like comparing the GIS tax default to the non-tax default. You kind of get a good eye of how many properties are over here. Specifically over in Wilkinson, 10th, 9th, 11th, 7th, those areas. I guess we call it the flats. I just want to say I think it's a pipe dream to acquire all these properties and put them together as large properties. I've been trying to acquire these properties. I have an epithelial water course that runs through my property coming from these properties, and it is an industrial dumping ground. Every time it rains, I have pill bottles, coolant containers, oil containers, everything you can imagine that's probably polluting the water course, dumping into Cache Creek, because I'm not too far away from Cache Creek, which then dumps into Clear Lake, is running through these water courses. And I hate it more than anything. I'm probably the resident firefighter in this area. Every time there's a fire from the homeless, I'm on my dozer, making sure my fire lines are good and secure and trying to do what I can on my part while there's substantial homeless fires happening. I know the 10-year dream is to acquire all these properties and put them together. I think it's that landowners around that expense. The only way we're going to get these properties if we do substantial code fines to acquire these properties, where people basically give up on owning the property because they don't want to pay the fine from the code enforcement from dumping and all the garbage and everything else. And it's just going to take a very long time unless you guys come in through eminent domain and seize all these properties and put them together and do something, which I don't think state legislation really allows that too easily. But like I said, I've been trying to acquire these properties. However, some of these properties are in a 35-year tax default. So in order for me to try to work hand in hand with the county or the city, because these properties do touch my property, I need to wait for them to officially go to auction for these outrageous prices of $20,000, $30,000. And then and a deal can be made with a property owner. I'm a very good property owner. I own 38 acres. I believe my property is immaculate compared to what's around me. I take care of my property. I'm a steward of the land. I'm very fortunate and thankful for what I have. It's just sad to see what's around me. I I just want to be honest, and I think you guys should all take a look at this area back here, take a drive out here and see what it's all about. There's a lot of these hot spots like this, and I don't see all these properties coming together into multi-acre parcels for a medium income class little ranchettes ever happening, because I've been trying to acquire these properties for years. I have a giant printout from the city that showed me how they're going to work on putting K-rails up, which, you know, we have certain people that rummage around back here that no matter what you put up, what you try to do, it's never going to stop it. It's unfortunate. Just thank you for hearing my time, and it's a mess back here.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Appreciate your comment. Is there anyone else on Zoom? All right, hearing none, we'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
And I appreciate the comment made, and I think that's why action needs to be taken. And I think that the Chapter 8 tax sale is step one, and I think there has to be other steps taken. I know my colleague, Supervisor Pyska, said let's move forward and open up for discussions. Absolutely, I concur with that. I think we have to have partnership and conversation about how this is going to impact not just us, but the other agencies as well that benefit from the collection of these taxes, because at least in the areas that I've looked, it's still 70% are paying, the rest are not. And so cutting out that 70% still hurts to those that are collecting from those. And while we don't need a plan of it's going to be agriculture, it's going to be housing, I think that's a much further on idea. We have to have a plan about what actions we're going to take on those properties, because without a plan, we are not solving the true problem, which is the community impact that those communities have on the surrounding and adjacent properties, not just our internal budgets and finances. These properties have historically, at least in my neighborhood, been where fires begin, where all this bad stuff occurs that has greater impact to not just those properties, but everything else surrounding it. So I will not be in favor if we don't have a parallel plan to go along with a low value ordinance. But at the same time, I think we need to have these discussions, or else 100 years later, another board of supervisors will be dealing with the exact same problem that we're dealing with right now.
Intertwining the low value ordinance with the other issues concerns me, because it definitely lends itself to being delayed by other discussions. So low value seems to be like a county decision. Yes, 70% of collections on under 5,000 bills will be lost, but the county's losing much more. So it's hard for me to not see it from that perspective. So yes, we want a parallel track where we're assisting the agencies on their collections for whatever they may be losing, but I don't agree with intertwining them. I think the low value ordinance needs to be something our county does to save itself from this mess again in the future, and then separately, the plan for the paper subs, the plan to help the agencies, we absolutely plan to analyze the impact and work with them. I do not agree that those should be entangled together, because then one will slow the other one down, and that's a big concern for me.
Vice Chair?
Yeah. Well, first, I think we need to move forward with discussion about the low value ordinance, but is there a way that we could have another group also working on the plan to deal with these properties? Like similar to Supervisor Spatier's comments, I understand the concern with intertwining them because we have two different issues. So,
yeah, I guess that would be the question that I have is, I mean, I think our offices are happy to work together with all the stakeholders. But yeah, that would be defining what we're looking at, because we were initially imagining that we would be focused on more the fiscal impacts to these. I think what you're talking about is a broader group, and for that we would probably need community development and other departments to be involved that are beyond just our offices if we're going for a bigger purview like that. That's beyond what we have. That's outside of our lane.
Okay, I understand that.
All right. Go ahead.
And I disagree. I think that shifting the burden is not a solution, it's our solution. We need to figure out how to do the Chapter 8 sales, which you are absolutely a part of. No one else can do the Chapter 8 sales. So we have to figure out what our plan is, at least to get those properties in the right hands, because the hands in which they're in right now is useless and not going anywhere. I mean, people don't even know they own the properties half the time. And so I think we don't need a plan of what our development looks like, but we need a plan on how to get those properties in the right hands. And that's going to have to go through your offices in the sense of any Chapter 8 sale or any kind of putting them in the right agency's hands. It's going to require, I really don't care for a specific plan. That will be the city's job to come up with their plan if they acquire all those properties. That will be CDD or the district supervisor's plan once we have access. Leaving them in the hands that they're in right now continues the problem that we have. Just getting them in the right hands is the only plan that we need to have, and it's how we do that. What's the cadence of delivering that? Is it when there's a 3-year that occurs on a tax lien for a code enforcement violation where now you can sell it, but instead of putting it to auction, we just automatically do a Chapter 8. I think it's a lot simpler than it needs to be. There is no need for a specific plan. Once you have access of those properties, we're working on housing, we're working on other things, we might be able to easily deliver and work with developers to get those plans done, but that's not on you guys, and nor should you wait for that.
Yeah, I think we just.
Go ahead. I didn't know if he was going to answer.
The immediate crisis is that we need to.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. If we
Yeah.
just want to stop, the low value ordinance will stop this from
Yes.
going forward. We're extremely motivated.
We need the microphone.
To get paper subs. I mean, and I'm speaking for you, so please. We're very motivated. So holding the low value ordinance hostage essentially isn't necessary. We want to get that going because it's on a separate track. We have to have 2 public hearings, and then the other work would be a different group of people, a different process. So
I think we just want to give you the direction you need to work on this most critical issue right now.
Did you want to answer before I?
Yeah, and I'd just say, I think both of our offices, I know my office is happy to work on any broader effort to determine what those other options are and how to go forward, but certainly that would need to be a broader group, and I think your board would have to designate what that group is, because we can't force those other entities or county departments to participate. So if your board wishes to form some sort of larger group, we're definitely ready, willing, and able to participate in that.
Supervisor Owen?
I was just going to ask your recommendations on how we start this process coming forward. You know what our visions are, where we would like to go, and you're the experts, so what's our first step that you recommend?
I would think it's resurrecting the same kind of group that originally worked on the paper subdivision management plan, that you bring in all the county departments that can have a role in it and get them all involved, and our office can participate in that, and examine the different options, because things have changed since the last time that group did get together, because of the impact to other entities. I think, as Supervisor Sabatier was raising, probably bringing in, the fire districts are the most impacted, and the city of Clear Lake, while not really financially impacted directly, they are impacted in terms of the blight and then the inability to do tax auctions. So I think if you involve those agencies and the applicable county departments, then that would offer the forum for us to work through these issues and come back with real recommendations.
So are you looking at going with the low value, or are you looking at going with the Chapter 8?
I think it would be all of it. So it'd be the low value ordinance that we would go forward on one parallel track, working on that. But then on another track, we would be working as a larger group to identify solutions. Chapter 8 would be part of that, because right now someone has to file an application with my office to request a Chapter 8 sale. So I can't start them. An agency has to request that from me before I can move on it.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no conflicting.
There's no conflict between all of these ideas. They can all go forward.
Okay.
we'll have to do them all
Yeah.
to solve this big
Yeah.
Vice Chair?
So I'm in favor of working on the low value ordinance I would like to bring it back as a separate issue as soon as we can to form a group to start also working on this other issue of
Paper subdivision.
figuring out how to dispose of those properties, how to bring them into our possession, whatever the case may be. I don't want to delay working on that either, but I'm good with giving direction that start the process for the low-value ordinance to bring that back to us, to include working with the agencies, as has been stated by other supervisors, bringing them in right away to have those discussions.
Right. Okay. Believe me, I share the same sentiments when it comes to the subdivisions, but I don't think so much has changed with the last plan. I'm sure we could use that as a base. I mean, I know that it's 10 years, 11 years later, but at the same time, as a lot of people in my town halls say, nothing's really changed as it is. So, I mean, you just church it up a little bit and move forward. So I don't know if there's anything else. Do you have the direction you need?
Yes, I believe we do.
Anything
need
else?
a
Did I miss
motion?
anything? No, I think it just says direction. I don't know, Lloyd, do you want to, are we good?
If staff is satisfied with the direction that was provided, that can be provided via consensus.
We wanted clarification on who is bringing back this second item that Supervisor Rasmussen mentioned, which is,
I'm happy to work on that.
okay.
And do we want a committee or?
Well, that we would,
We'd have to bring it back to the
Yeah.
board, but I'm happy to start the process,
yeah.
to work on, to be involved in that.
I would like to be involved too, if you don't mind.
All right, so can you help me with this? Yeah, I want to make sure.
So that the supervisors who want to participate in that can coordinate things with staff offline so that an anticipated future board agenda item would be presented for your board.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's what I thought. So as for this, right now, you have the direction you need.
Yes.
They'll work to get that moving forward with the admin. Good?
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, so with that, we're going to go into our next item, which we will be going into closed session. We are going to do 8.3, and that is, let's see, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2E1, two potential cases. And with that, we will go into closed session. We'll come out after that, and we'll take care of some of the other non-timed items. Okay. Was there any action to be taken out of closed session?
There is no action from closed session.
All right, thank you for that. We will move on to the next item. I think we're looking at the non-time, and we'll move on to 7.6, consideration of cannabis ordinance task force appointments. And the staff did oh, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I did. So I think I was thinking that the board would like to
I'd like to make a motion to pull that item right now.
pull it for a later date.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Lloyd, how does that work?
So with the proposal, there would need to be, essentially it's a proposal to withdraw the item, and there would need to be public comment, and motion would not be needed, although your board can certainly entertain the motion after public comment.
Okay. So there's been, the board's looking to withdraw this item. We still have to take the public comment on it, so we'll, if there's no comment from the board, I'll open it up for the public. Is there anyone that would like to comment on the pulling or withdrawal of 7.6? I read it, right? Consideration of cannabis ordinance task force appointments. Sir, come on up.
Thank you, Chair Crandall, supervisors. Andrew Dobbs Kramer, appreciate the opportunity to speak. Just a question on when this item might come back, and also how this might impact the ability of the task force to finish their sort of charter by the end of the month, as has been, I understand, the direction from the supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't necessarily have an answer for that. I'm not sure exactly what date we're looking at, so I didn't know if...
A date has yet to be determined.
Okay, yeah. So that's to be determined, and not sure how that's going to affect, but at the same time, that's where we're at. So, any other comments from from anybody in the public? Anyone on Zoom? With that, we'll bring it back to the board. And action do we need to have for that, Lloyd?
No action necessary.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close that item and bring that back at a future date to be determined. We'll go from there. Any recommendations, CAO, on what we should do next?
Since we have the sheriff present, why don't we start with 510, 511, and 512?
All right, so we'll go ahead and start with 5.10, accept donation from Linda K. Warren in the amount of $25,094.69. Go ahead, CAO.
We respectfully request that we bring this item back next week with a resolution.
All right. Any comments? Anyone from the public? No one from the public? I'll bring it back to the board, and we'll just pull it and bring it back, right? Okay, next we will do 5.11, approve update to the bylaws of the East Region Town Hall Advisory Board, Earth. Lloyd, I think we needed to pull this for something you had noticed.
Yes, it's really just to make a minor correction to the bylaws of the Eastern Region Town Hall.
Yeah.
And it is on Article 2 where it makes a citation to Government Code Sections 54960 et sec with 2 asterisks. Staff is requesting to change that to Government Code Sections 54950 et sec, because that is actually the big initial statute of the Brown Act.
Okay.
Hannah.
All right, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I apologize, little pickiness on there. I saw the zip codes that you have in there, and I'm just wondering, because I live in Clear Lake Park, and Clear Lake Park goes all the way down to the end of Windflower Point. My mailing address, it's confusing. My mailing address, because I receive mail in my house, is 95422, but my house address is 95424. Wondering if you want to add 95424, because everything north of Clear Lake Park through Windflower Point is 95424, and that would be within your
yes.
district. So just wondering if you wanted to add that zip code or at least think about it for maybe the next iteration. I just wanted to mention that I noticed that.
Yeah, I think if we can, because I don't think there's another Earth meeting until the next month. If we pass these, they're good to go right after we pass them, Lloyd, correct?
Yes, so with the proposed amendments, the update to the bylaws could be approved by your board as amended.
Okay, I just want to make sure to confer with the group about the 95424. I know it says here the unincorporated areas of 95422. If we added 95424, it would include that, and it wouldn't include the Clear Lake area.
Nope.
Or your jurisdiction.
At least my house.
Do you think that would be okay? Up to me.
As an amendment, yes, of course. Your board has the discretion of that. The other option is only because you mentioned, Mr. Chair, bringing it back to the town hall. That is also an option to just pull this item for further review to bring this proposed updated bylaws back to the town hall.
And I wasn't seeking to pause your progress. I just wanted to at least let you know about the confusion of Clear Lake Park. That's all.
Well, it sounds like we can approve everything and amend it today to include 2.4, and then it's done, if you wanted to.
Well, I do. They're their bylaws. They're not mine per se, so I'd rather give them their say.
Right.
I know that a lot of times, I know that it might be okay, but then again,
Yeah.
I'd rather give them the opportunity to determine that, if you will. So I think if we push it till, I don't know if it's, well, they voted on it this last meeting to bring it to us, so we might have to bring it back to them unless they have a special meeting, or something, yeah. But that's their determination, so I'm good with holding it back until either next meeting or so, yeah. Well, their next meeting, or whatever they determine. Yeah. So, yeah, with that, I mean, thank you for bringing that up, because then, but, so what we'll do is open it up for the public real quick, just in case there's anyone that wants to make a comment. Is there anyone on Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back to the board, and we'll look at bringing that back. Let's see if in 2 weeks. Let's just look at 2 weeks, just because, and then they may have some insight or something like that. I know that there has to be a meeting for them to determine that, so I'd rather, yeah. All right. So we'll close that item. And we'll look at, what's the next one? 5.12, approve and accept grant 2024-3105, County of Lake Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue from Direct Relief. And it looks like we have Sheriff Bingham here.
Afternoon, Board. Apologize for this. I think, as some of you might know, this was kind of a last-minute grant that we were able to get into for some funding for our search and rescue team, and we may have gotten a little ahead of ourselves with the process by adding the resolution to the packet that came over to the board. What we're requesting is for you to accept the grant and give me the authority to sign the grant so that we can get that done. And then once we get that with grant or direct relief, then they notify us that the funds are approved for us. Then we'll come back to the board next week with the resolution to accept the funds as unanticipated revenue into our budget.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Any other questions? Open it up to the public for any comment. None on Zoom. Bring it back to the board for action.
I'll make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve and accept this $15,000 grant from Direct Relief, authorize the acceptance of funds via ACH, and authorize the sheriff or his designee to sign the grant documents.
And I'll second.
Well, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I will move, did you have a recommendation? Okay.
I do.
You do? Which one?
7.4.
That's what I was going to do. 7.4, consideration of A, presentation of fiscal data and loan repayment status, and B, resolution authorizing extension of loan term for Lake County Behavioral Health Services. And it looks like we have Director Jones. We're on the same page there. All right.
Aha.
There we go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to present on a broad fiscal overview as regards our repayment status at a high level, and I'll pass it off to my colleague, Fiscal Manager Amber Luch. But we have paid off $2 million of the loan. We made good with social services ahead of the general fund due to consultation with admin, and as regards the overall county portrait, it doesn't have a significant impact to extend the terms of repayment on the fund that we borrowed it from. And we have been making a lot of progress. I want to highlight at a high level, a lot of the reason why things are so much money is because there's a lot more services. And so just for a timeline, when I started with the department in 2018 or 19, we were pushing probably a $5 to $7 million budget for the whole department. Now, fast forward to today in 2025, I think we're pushing about 44 or 45 million in its entirety. And that's due to a number of things, Kelly payment reform, most notably, but also because we have dramatically expanded services. So that increased dollar amount really, truly represents increased services, and we are very grateful for our ability to continue to sustain those services. And Amber, would you like to highlight any specifics? Yes.
I believe your board got a copy of the notes presentation. Did that go to them?
There were attachments with the item, yes.
Just a couple things to highlight is the IGT, intergovernmental transfer funding, started in July of 2023. Just in the last fiscal year, we've sent $5.8 million to that account to draw down federal funding for the services we're providing. That's caused a huge impact on cash flow. That's a new kind of safety net that we've had to have in place, so we've never had to operate in that manner before. Payments received for IGT back from the state from July to February, and this is tentative through February, we haven't closed out February yet, is 4.9 million. Medi-Cal funding that is receivable from our electronic health record totals around 15 million. Of that, we've received 14.5. So I know the last time we came to the board, there was a very large discrepancy between what has been billed to the state and what's been paid. So that has really started to close that gap. And just as a kind of overall, we operate on a close budget monthly. If you guys review this spreadsheet that I created, it's a very tight budget. As of the end of February, we're in a negative deficit. Obviously, we're not closed out. We have revenue that comes in at the end of the month that's not accounted for, but there's not a lot of wiggle room. I think the main reason for requesting that we repay back the loan by June is the having to float all this money to draw down the federal funding and just the expansion of services. Like Elise said, our budget has grown. Our services have grown, and just in the 2 years that I've been here, the budget's doubled along with services expanding exponentially.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, thank you for this, and hoping that things get unclogged completely so that by June we can finish this. I appreciate you giving us this information. I know at one point you mentioned that the way that the payment reform has changed, and I don't mean to put it in the terms of you can now make money, but there was supposed to be money that can be reinvested into the department are you seeing that where you're putting out maybe your cost of service is 800,000, but you're getting $1 million back in reimbursement? Are you seeing like that kind of payment, or has that not necessarily been realized?
Yes, we do see patient revenue, which is what that is called when the Medicaid funding returns back to you. And it's doesn't have any color. If you think about it, there's no federal color from that money, so it means it's very flexible in terms of what can be done with it. That said, the gap between what we've seen in reimbursement and where we'd like to be, we haven't yet been able to experience the benefits of that. We're still using it to get ourselves in a good place, which is totally fine for us to sustain and grow operations. We just opened up a new Medicaid assisted treatment program, which I guess I will take an opportunity to do a shameless plug for, even though it's bird walking a bit, but that was in our North Shore clinic, and that all costed money up front to lift that up. And so some of it is investments that are good, but we are building out program just as quickly as we can within our financial limits, and it's a delicate dance because you do have a lot of mandates from the state about what you must do, and yet counties are well aware that they have to manage their funding. So we do anticipate seeing more patient revenue touch down. Amber, did you have anything else to clarify?
No, I just would say that as we are seeing the revenue increase, we're also expanding services. So we're not really growing our savings. We're just using that money to provide more to our clients.
So it actually, in effect, has been immediately reinvested because we've used it to expand our workforce and services.
And my thought process was to help you with how tight that is, to seeing those things being realized but being reinvested is exactly what it should be done. So I appreciate that you're doing that. Just a quick question. This is specifically about the loan, but also being reminded of the fact that you borrowed from your own self from reserves. Is that planned as well to be reimbursed by June or shortly thereafter? What's the plan for that?
No, I don't believe reserves are top priority. It's a balancing act again,
right,
of how much do you put away into each hole. Our biggest priority is to pay back debt to the county general fund, of course. And at that point, yes, we have a plan for how much we need to have in reserves. Amber, did you have anything to clarify on that?
Just that I typically operate basing our cash flow on what we have as reserves and ignoring that amount from what we actually have in cash flow, so we don't overspend.
All right. Any other questions? All right, I'll open it up to the public. Anybody from the public have a comment? All right, bring it back to the board for action. It's a resolution.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Okay. Supervisor Owen?
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska? And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye. Resolution is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. CAO, do you have another recommendation?
I don't know. I haven't done anything.
Director Gearhart is here to do his presentation.
All right.
It's 7.2.
Been going on and on.
So we'll go on to 7.2, sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, consideration of presentation regarding the Lake County Air Quality Management District requirements and current operational status. And we have district manager or director or administrator.
Air Pollution Control Officer.
Gearhart. I said all three just in case.
Slash.
No network.
All of the above.
While that's loading, I'll start by saying good afternoon. I was hoping it'd be good morning, but that's the way the day went.
At least it's not good evening.
Yes.
We're making up for last week.
Yet.
So I'm Doug Garrett. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer with the Lake County Air Quality Management District. And quick synopsis of a few important things before the presentation is we have one new employee started yesterday. Yes. So we've hired one, and we have another one starting on Monday.
Sweet.
Coming. So
Perfect.
So we have him. Our first employee is at the computer doing all the training courses right now. So
This is a fist pump moment.
yeah. So So he'll be doing training courses probably pretty much the whole week because there's a lot of mandated training courses that just get them out of the way, get them done. And so in the next month or so, we will introduce them to the board here, and so you can meet the new people. So.
Is yours going in circles too?
It's just you.
I know it.
Yeah.
See? It's been like that for
It was also on a
since
Max.
we came back. It was like that all the time.
Yeah.
the
You're
day.
the one that kicked off for me and Jessica to get.
That's probably true.
Darn it.
I think Tom needs to come back to the speaker over here, reset all this. My computer's not working. I'm thinking.
There it goes. All right.
Perfect.
It's not working.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's perfect. So, there's the presentation that kind of covers some of the mandates, the basic mandates, and some of the current operational conditions or requirements or recommendations or status, kind of all those things as one. So, just to really start things off, it's what does the Air Quality Management District do? The mission and mandate of the district is to regulate sources of air pollution and protect public health. So that is our mandate, that is our mission. The district is a regulatory agency. We're created by state and federal mandates that regulate stationary sources of air pollution within the Lake County Air Basin. The main purpose of the district is to enforce local, state, and federal air quality laws, rules, regulations to meet the ambient air quality standards and protect public health. So that's the very basic definition of what the district does. Okay. Oh, you're ahead of me. Perfect. So the current status of air quality in Lake County, our attainment status, 2024 was our 35th year of clean air attainment. So we've had 35 years of meeting all standards, and we're still the only air district and air basin in the state of California to do that. So we have been, let's see, sorry. Yeah, so still a struggle. Many haven't met it, and very few can meet it due to other issues that they have that we don't. So, but generally, we are running in the 60 to 90% range of air quality standards. So we're bumping up to that border every year, and I mean we have been for probably 10 years. So it's really about the status of those standards. So if standards change will impact us more than anything. But that's one of those issues that kind of cover on the next slide. What does non-attainment mean? So I put a lot of information in the slides so we can make this available, and it's a lot easier for people to read and understand than it is to listen to me, because if I say things confusing, putting it in writing is, we spent time to make sure that that's clear. So I apologize if I'm talking a little bit too much and a little too, covering too many topics in one sentence. So, state, what does attainment mean? State and federal law require that an attainment plan with area source mitigation and rule modifications be in place, new prohibitory rules, loss of ag operation exemptions, loss of burn program flexibility. There's a lot of things that come with non-attainment, and those are the things that we're trying to avoid. So what can lead to non-attainment is probably more important than what happens with non-attainment. And there are many factors. Some of them we can control, some we don't. What we don't control is if EPA or the state change the standards. We don't control natural events. We don't control, of course, wildfires and things. So, but enforcing our rules, and dealing with the issues in the industries that we regulate, those are things that we can control to a certain extent. Of course, there's, as you know, with every industry, there's always challenges sometimes, and compliance isn't always 100%. But for the most part, people do a good job when they know what they're supposed to be doing. So, but the whole goal of meeting standards is to maintain a public, level of public health that is acceptable. So the standards are based on public health studies. They're based on what is an acceptable risk. These are done by EPA and the state. And so that's really where it comes down to, is what's an acceptable risk. And we don't set the standards, but that's how they develop them, is based on public health and the health threats and risk. So, yeah. So in order to determine whether we meet standards, of course, we have air monitoring. So, we have our main station in Lakeport. Oh, there must be a, nope. Okay. So we have our main station in Lakeport, which that's the station we use to ensure, or to monitor for meeting all standards. We also have the Geysers Air Monitoring Program stations, which primarily are hydrogen sulfide, meteorology, and we do some particulate monitoring. We did more detailed particulate monitoring for 25 years, and with near negligible results, we've gone to a lower cost particulate monitoring, but we still do PM monitoring at all those sites. It's just a lower cost process. And then just as an example of some of the other monitoring things that we do in the last 10 years, we have monitors set up, or we've had monitoring set up at the Clear Lake Vent site in Burns Valley Elementary School. We set up a monitor there for multiple years. We set up monitors around Bottle Rock Power due to community complaints when they were operating. We have the High Valley area. We did a lot of walk around, drive around surveys looking for hydrogen sulfide sources because we weren't finding them at the actual power plant. So we hike through the wilderness, drive through the wilderness, take trails and things, and try and find where they're coming from. And we had identified a number of them, and they've been dealt with for the most part, but things still happen. Cobb area, of course, we did a lot of monitoring after wildfires. We have portable particulate monitors that we can use in the field. We can deploy them, we can carry them with us, and we did a lot of that monitoring for months and months after each of the wildfires in in more than just Cobb area, but we'd spent a lot of time up there during the cleanup process, especially. Now, the goal, of course, is to, one of the main goals is protect school children. So we have set up low-cost sensors at every school campus throughout the county so that during wildfire events or other events, they have real-time data that they can use to make decisions on for the children's safety. We're working on those. They are limited lifespan sensors, so we do have to go out and start swapping out a lot of those as they come up to their life. They start failing and just dropping out. So we're at that point where we're seeing some of those dropping out. So we're going to start working on finding replacements for them. So.
Quick question on the Clear Lake vent. Is it like a SCADA monitoring where you get the data automatically yourself, or do you have to go there and collect it? And just very curious because it smells a whole lot in that area. Even when it rains, you could see it bubbling through the puddles. It's the vent is very real over there.
Right. Yeah, we don't currently do the monitoring at the moment because we had collected a lot of monitoring data, and that was used by the state and USGS and others to kind of figure out what the issue is. But no, we had to go on site because we had the ability to hook into the Wi-Fi at the school, so we were able to get some limited data, but we did go out on a regular basis to basically capture the higher level data. We had to calibrate and check instruments regularly because they require weekly service. So we were out there on a weekly basis, at least, during the several years that was in operation. The primary issues, of course, it's a natural fault zone, and there's methane and carbon dioxide, so some things that are not healthy, but it wasn't a industrial source or anything that we could do anything about. But we were involved in developing that filtration system that is still sitting there, and that's helping. We haven't had any complaints in that neighborhood, recently, I should say, we haven't had complaints recently, but that's basically all that is doing right now is creating a shorter path for it and dispersing it at 20 feet in the air rather than on the ground level. So,
all right, continue, please.
Okay. What mandates affect the district? For anyone that we have California Health and Safety Code, the real quick reference, but I brought it just to show, all the flags are the things I deal with on a weekly basis. I'm looking up stuff all the time because that's our book that we have to comply with. So that's the California version of the Clean Air Act, and there's a lot of things in there that affect us on a daily basis. So the district has a lot of mandates. I put a few references in here. Section 40001, rules and regulations requires us to adopt rules to enforce the federal and state Clean Air Act and all applicable requirements associated with it. Let's see, district rules and regulations may, and at the request of the state board, shall provide for the prevention and abatement of air pollution episodes which at intervals cause discomfort, health concerns to or damage to property or a significant number of persons or class of persons. So definitions on what we're supposed to do are extremely broad, and which makes things very complicated as well, as you know. So that's just the quick, here's why it's complicated. We have rules, we have things we have to do, and the definitions are not definitive as to you regulate this. It's anything that can even cause discomfort. We have to at least evaluate and determine whether there's a risk associated with that. So, and then next one. With that, we're looking at what are air contaminants, air pollutants. This is where we get into what affects you. So what is an air contaminant that we regulate? Definition, as you see, is very broad. Each of these parts of an air contaminant, air pollutant have a health risk associated with them. So everything on there has a health risk, and different levels cause different chronic and acute or acute health outcomes. So some things have a immediate health risk, and some it's that long-term exposure health risk. So we've run into a lot of situations, especially recently with propane engines. The CO and NOx emissions from propane for the commercial size engines are actually causing high acute health risks to children. We had a facility that was putting one in next to a school. They thought it was next to a shed. It was next to a preschool, daycare center at the school campus. And it was the risk that was going to be over 100 in a million. Our permitting threshold is 10 in a million for high risk. So in 20 a million, it's cut off, no permit. That's the thresholds that exist. So this was going to be well over 100 in a million risk just for that CO and NOx issue. So the things you don't expect, propane is clean, but it's clean for particulate, but not necessarily for all other health risks. So, okay. So how do we deal with this? We have authority to construct permits. And we go through the permitting process, we review everything. Before granting or denying an authority to construct for a stationary source or modification of provision, this lists out what we have to do. We have to require the applicant to submit information to sufficiently describe the nature and the amount of emissions, location, details, construction, everything of their equipment, and then we have to analyze the effects of that source or modification on air quality, on the community, on the health risks for the people around it. So that review is what takes us a significant amount of time, because we have to figure out all the different things that come out of that source. We have to look at every emission source, every point in that process, look for fugitive, where are fugitive emissions, where are the main emissions, what chemicals do they use, and each one of those chemicals has a health risk associated with it, so we have to evaluate how much chemical, where, and what's the risk, and what's the downwind risk and how far away. It's just a very slow but detailed process that we go through. So, okay. Yep. Permit system. Yeah. So again, another health and safety code section. This, for all existing permits, we're limited to issuing a permit for 12 months. So we can only issue a permit that's valid for 1 year. And each one has to be evaluated for compliance each year when we do the renewal. So every year when they renew their permit, we have to look at each one of those permits and evaluate them to ensure that they are complying with the conditions of their permit. So that's currently, I think, 670 permits that get reviewed every year for compliance while we're doing the renewals of each of those permits. So, and again, submittals have to be complete. The throughput report, their annual reporting to us with those renewals. If it's not complete, then we have to follow up with letters and enforcement because they're not reporting what they're supposed to. So we can't do that review for compliance if we don't have the details to know how they've operated throughout the year. So right now, currently our renewal period, we renew permits on November 1, but starting September 1st is when we ask for the data. So they have a 2-month window to get that data to us, and we do the renewals through that 2-month period. But their permits all expire October 31st, and the new permits start November 1st. Okay. So getting away from the stationary sources, now getting into burn permits. We have our online permitting system. There's a lot of information on this slide. But we have the online permitting system, and what that does, it was created in cooperation with CAL FIRE, South Lake County Fire, and we have taken that system over as they've no longer have staff or availability to run that program, or there's too many complexities and costs for them. So we're now running that, and we're hoping that we're finding a lot of quirks that, because we're getting the phone calls now where they were getting them in the previous years. So there are a lot of things that we're going to be updating over the next year to make that a much smoother process. Or we'll be doing our best to get it updated to eliminate some of those complexities that are causing problems. Permits can be obtained for burn piles. The online permits can be obtained for burn piles up to a 10-foot diameter. Anything over 10 foot, they need to get a smoke management plan because that typically can't burn out in the 9 to 3 burn, normal burn day status. So if they're going to burn longer hours, then it's generally a smoke plan. And the bigger piles, of course, have a lot more smoke, so we have to evaluate more of the impact issue. There are some cases that, are different than that, but as a general rule, that's the process there. Parcels have to be 1.0 acres or greater to obtain a burn permit. We do have some options for smaller parcels, but as a general rule, again, 1.0 or greater, and that's the parcel of record as maintained at the assessor's office. So the assessor's records have to say it's 1.0 or greater in order for a permit to be issued for that parcel. So we've run into some issues and there were some quirks in the program, which we've gotten all squared away this year. We think there were a couple places where that was a hiccup and it took a little bit of work, but that is now, the process is working again, is working. So currently, since the beginning of burn season, over 1,400 permits have been issued through the online system. So we have quite a few people are getting that and are using it, and it's working well for them. Permits being issued online. Permits can be issued online, or they can come into the office. We have issued, I don't have the exact number on me, but probably in the 100 plus or minus range in person, just regular burn permits. So that's in addition to smoke management plans, just for the people that don't have internet access or can't print it, or there's different reasons that they're unable to do the online system or just don't want to do the online system. So they come into our office and we've issued those, helped them through the process and gotten the permits issued. So we're probably in that 100 to 150 range for that. Smoke plans, of course, have to be done in the office. They're done by appointment. Smoke plans typically take half hour or longer. Sometimes we can get them done faster for the people who get the same permit every year, but we try and schedule at least a half hour, because if something changes or they do new parcels or something, when we're getting a smoke plan permit or a smoke plan applicants coming in for a smoke plan, sometimes they are getting smoke plans for 10 different lots because they're managing all these different properties. So we're writing up 10 different facilities and 10 different conditions and for 10 different locations, because the weather and everything has to change. The conditions that are perfect for this location don't match what's good for another location in the county. So all those things get looked at as the process goes. This is just a reminder of all the different things that we do regulate, mostly for the public to be aware of all the different things that we're involved in. We have geothermal, we have concrete batch plants, gas stations, dry cleaners, landfills, composting facilities, vehicle painting facilities, body shops. Plus we have the Federal Clean Air Act, California Clean Air Act, air toxic control measures. We have the State Portable Equipment Registration Program, new source performance standards, new source review requirements, national emission standard for hazardous air pollutants. All these things are conflicting programs that, you probably have 5 different programs for the one pollutant that you're dealing with at a source. And each one of them has different requirements, of course. So it makes it a little more complicated. So as we go through city and building, county building permit sign-offs, this is something else that has become, actually, as we've cooperated more with the county, we're seeing a lot more of these. The county community development and the cities are sending more people to us for sign-offs because of all the additional complexities that have been coming up in recent years with all new legislation for air quality at the state level. And there's just so much to do, and no one is an expert. Even we're not experts. We have to look it up a lot of times. But we do review every single one that comes in. Generally, let me go back to my notes for this one because I'm talking too much off the cuff and missing details. The need for a district permit takes, that skipped. Okay, so district review, we review each one of these for sign-offs compliant with, we have to review them for compliance with all applicable regulations, rules, air toxin control measures and other control measure requirements. to expedite sign-offs, complete project descriptions are very helpful. Complete equipment descriptions are very helpful. And in many cases, we're not getting those, so we're figuring out what the project is as we get just the building, the demo permit sign off, or the building sign, we're getting the single form without any project description. So we're having to go back and figure out what that project is before we can sign off, because we don't sign off on what we don't know. And what we're trying to do is do that initial evaluation so that when we sign off, we can tell the public or the person that's applying what do they need to do going forward. So if that project that they're going to put in needs a permit for a generator, we're telling them, okay, this is what you need. This is the process. Here are the forms that you need as we do that sign off, so that going into it, they know where they're going, what it's going to cost, and how they're going to get there. And if we find, a few cases, we found generators that are not California compliant. And so we're telling, we go through that and we explain to them, okay, these don't meet the requirements, and here's why, and here's the issue. And so we help them figure out what they can do going forward, because the equipment that they're trying to put in is not something that will get permitted. So they can go through the whole process, and then we can tell them at the end, or we can tell them at the beginning. So we're trying to catch them and do that early, so that they're not wasting time and money and ordering something that they then have to return. And we've run into this a few times even recently. We have a project that the EPA certification says not for sale in California. That's on the EPA engine certification for that engine for a generator that is currently installed. And they're trying to make that compliant, and we're trying to help them figure out how can we make that compliant? Is it even possible? Which has become much more complicated with EPA's current status. So just as an example of some of the issues that we're dealing with going forward. So in this process, we do have our office hours currently are 9 to noon. People can come in, drop stuff off. We have a drop box at our door. We have an email that people can email their project information to us, and we are responding to all of them. And for the most part, if it's a simple project, we're getting it to them the next day. We're getting it, reviewing it, and getting it back to them the next day. The more complex ones do take more time, and there are a few that have taken a lot more time because we're waiting on other agencies to respond to us, the state and the feds especially. So there are some cases where it's significantly delayed, and we haven't kept them up to date, but there's always issues with, So, so I covered all that. Okay. And then, why do we care about clean air? This is the studies are a little bit old, but this is the basis for the modern Air Resources Board and requirements that we have, and that is that premature deaths from particulate air pollution and other pollution are significant in California, and they can be reduced dramatically with small increments in cleaner air. So the cost of air pollution and asthma in California, just in 1998 was $1.3 billion. So the cost now significantly higher. So the offset of what does it cost to maintain clean air versus what does the health costs of not having clean air, it's a significant number there. So I didn't have time to go through and find you more recent studies, but these were ones that we had that were as up to date, are still relatively up to date. So, okay. And then this last slide. So our current office hours are Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to noon. And then we have appointments basically from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. So if people are coming up to the door, we are trying to help them if we are available. It's just between that 8 to noon or 9 to noon, we are making sure that we have several people available to help people. But if we're doing monitoring or doing equipment or working in the lab and stuff, we're doing those in the afternoons after the normal office hours. And so as we get our staff up and trained, the new staff, so hopefully in 2-3 weeks, we'll be able to extend those open hours a little bit longer, but we want to give them a little time to at least be able to answer basic questions and take notes and be able to understand what they're being asked. So to kind of get them ahead of the curve before people start coming in and asking them complicated questions that cause problems. So that's where we are with our office hours. But we are reachable. We are generally responding to phone calls and messages within a half hour in all, when at all possible. If we are in the office and available, we are responding quickly. We did have an issue last week where basically the whole staff was out sick. I was the only one, so I was kind of running around with trying to keep everything afloat and dealing with burners and things. And so, but with 3 people, if 2 people are out sick, it's very difficult to maintain that. So, but generally, as a rule, we are responding within a half hour, and we are getting back to people Monday through Friday during normal business hours and even after business hours. So, and then smoke plan, burn request, we are requesting that people call in by 3 o'clock the day before they want to burn, and by 3 o'clock on Friday if they want to burn on the weekends, just so we have time to check the forecast and get back to them before they want to burn. So if something comes up, we want to make sure we have enough time to actually respond to them and get them the approval that they need, so they're not waiting for us in the morning. That's the main reason for that. We are still taking calls in the mornings for people, but we do request that they call early if they know they want to burn, and that's so they're not waiting for us. And then you can get a hold of the district at 263-7000, our same number, and we have a general email box at lcaqmd@lcaqmd.net, where you can submit paperwork, ask questions, where that'll go to staff, and we are responding to that as soon as possible. So with that, I think I'm
So real
after the
quick, I'm going to open it to the public first, and then we'll come back and our questions can go from there if there's anyone from the public.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik. I just want to thank Lake County Air Quality Management District for helping us have some of the cleanest air in the state. Usually we win awards just about every year because it's pretty awesome, and my family marvels at how clean our air is. I do have a concern, and that is going through major use permits. I noticed that part of the process is that it goes through an agency review, and in many cases, Lake County Air Quality Management District is one of the agencies that reviews those permits and makes recommendations. And on a few that I've seen recently, and it's not just Lake County Air Quality Management District, some of the other interdepartmental agencies, we've noticed this as well, is they observe things that need to be changed, and they make a recommendation, and the recommendation isn't followed. And I'm just going to give an example for Lake County Air Quality Management District. In a recent permit, we noticed that Lake County Air Quality Management District, because of the amount of traffic on this unpaved road, recommended that it be paved and at a minimum be chip sealed. And the language would should be paved, should be chip sealed. And that was never put into the major use plan. I would recommend, not just for Lake County Air Quality Management District, but for the other agencies, if there's something that they feel needs to be done, that they use the must include or shall include, instead of, well, it ought to have this, because that gets misused.
We're just trying to stick to air quality. I understand what you're saying about other agencies. But.
Right. So, but on the Lake County Air Quality Management District, as a suggestion, as they do the language, to do it in such a way that it honors the requests and recommendations of your agency, and it's harder for it to be ignored or disregarded. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment?
Margot Kambara. I would like to thank Air Quality Management for the fantastic job that you're doing to keep our air clean for 35 years plus. I'm going to ask dumb questions. You are the subject matter experts. You identify, contaminants such as odor, and what we're discovering now, especially with the county involved in commercial cannabis cultivation, that odor is a problem. Other municipalities have discovered that it is a problem that is going into courtrooms to be resolved. But you are the subject matter experts, and I was wondering if you have recommendations. I know at one time air quality was consulted, and then it was determined that you would not be involved in the commercial cannabis permit application process. Okay, but that was years ago. It's a different time now, and I think we really need expertise, especially since there is not a good way to control odor for outdoor grows, and there's talk about cutting the setbacks to, oh gosh, it's at 200 feet now, but there's pressure to make it even smaller setback. We need science, and we could use that expertise. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public input? All right, I'll close public input, bring you back to the board. Supervisor Owen, I seen that you had your pen up.
Actually, Margot, that's exactly where I was going. So, good minds. I wanted to ask about the cannabis. I don't know. I know that the odor is real. And so I don't know if you guys, I know this is kind of a new industry, so it probably has not been under your purview in the past, but I'm wondering if it's time to perhaps look at that to be able to control. And I also don't know if there's any particulars or anything that is hazardous that comes with that odor. Because I know it's really unpleasant, and I know I've said this up there before, but just not have to live with that. We bought property next door to stop a grow from going in, and that was expensive. But we really didn't want to have to smell that.
Right. All right, I think that gets more into like discussions with ordinances and things like that. So, but thank you for those comments. Any others from the board? Well, not hearing any. Thank you, Doug, for giving that presentation so the public can know what's operating, how you're improving, or how you're coming along, because I know you were struggling at one time a couple months back. You didn't have anybody and you had to close.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
So this is a good update. Thank you very much for that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Dan.
right.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next item, which is I'm going to go to 7.7, consideration of letter of support AB 418 Wilson. We have the treasurer tax collector, Pat Sullivan, coming up, I think. Or, right, Pat? All right. Oh, fumble.
Broke the mic.
Do I still have to present, or?
Maybe from right there. It's danger zone over here. You snap the snapper.
No, you're good.
All right.
It's working.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here today to speak to you regarding consideration of a position letter of support for AB 418 by Assemblymember Wilson. This bill was worked on in coordination with the CACTAC, the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors, as well as RCRC and a group of other counties that are impacted by Chapter 8 sales. There was a Supreme Court case, Tyler v. Hennepin County, which has impacted county tax collectors' sales across the country. In Minnesota, where this state was, they didn't have the same type of protections that we have in California to ensure people are returned the excess proceeds of the tax sale. In California, we already have pretty strongly established protections for folks in Chapter 7 sales, where there's an auction. But what was identified by several parties was that there is a weakness or a potential vulnerability in the laws surrounding Chapter 8 sales, those direct sales with agencies, where theoretically a county tax collector could set the price with the Board of Supervisors below market value and essentially rob someone of their equity. No one's identified a case of this actually happening in California, But because it's out there, there are several groups that have really pressed to tighten up the laws surrounding this. One of the concerns that happen is that there are other bills, including one right now, that's proposed that would functionally eliminate our ability to do Chapter 8 sales. So just to be clear, there is a competing bill in the Senate that is restrictive to the point that for many counties, including Lake, it would effectively prevent our office from doing further Chapter 8s. So that's a concern. We do not want that to happen. We want this tool to remain available to the county. So this bill
One
offers...
second, Pat. What's wrong? We're offline.
Oh.
All right.
You
We will go ahead and,
up there.
yeah, we'll go ahead and
Good action shot for you.
take a couple minutes.
Perfect timing.
Sorry, Pat. We are ready, and it looks like we're back. We are back from the short break. We're going to look at we're going to go back to 7.7, consideration of a letter of support, AB 418. Patrick Sullivan, please continue.
All right, so just to summarize this item, there was a Supreme Court case, Tyler v. Hennepin County, which raised issues regarding potential vulnerability in California's Chapter 8 tax sale law. Many groups have raised the concern that this could result in excess proceeds being denied to the rightful owner because the Treasurer Tax Collector and the Board of Supervisors could set a price below market value. This bill ensures that everyone involved in the Chapter 8 sale, all parties of interest, including the property owner, would have an opportunity to be heard at a hearing before the Board of Supervisors. This bill was worked on primarily, at least initially, by the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors, then as part of a joint working group with several other counties, RCRC, and other parties as well. So it has a broad coalition of support. I would note there is attached to the item letter of support from RCRC, CSAC, and the urban counties of California. I would also note that the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association came out in support of the bill. I was actually at the hearing yesterday in Sacramento for this and provided testimony on behalf of the state association. So at this point, this bill offers a realistic route to go forward with Chapter 8 sales. There are other proposals in the past, or there have been other proposals in the past, and there is a competing bill in the Senate. The past proposals and the competing bill raise a lot of logistical hurdles and technical issues that could effectively block us from doing Chapter 8 sales. So I would encourage your board to support AB 418 as a way for us to retain the Chapter 8 sale as a tool available to us in addressing our tax defaulted properties. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I'm going to open it up to the public first and see if there's anyone that would like to comment on this. Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for the questions, and it looks like Supervisor Spatier, you have your pen up?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this. Happy to support it. The Senate bill, I almost find it more important to maybe write a letter saying that we are not in support of that to make sure that we continue having access. That worries me.
I would advise that the State Association for the Treasurer Tax Collectors is carefully monitoring that Senate bill, as are the other parties involved. And I think the hope is that as this bill moves forward, that bill will drop. But certainly I will return to your board if it does not.
Any other comments? All we need is action.
We ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the letter and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 500. Next, 7.9, consideration of resolution authorizing the chair of the board to approve and direct the tax collector to sell at public auction via internet tax defaulted properties, which is subject to the power to sell in accordance with Chapter 7 of Part 6 of Division 1 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code and approving sales below minimum price in specified cases. Treasurer Tax Collector Patrick Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution is the authorizing resolution for the tax sale, as was stated. At this point in time, it is anticipated the sale would be commencing on May 30th and run through June 3rd. This resolution is the same as prior resolutions that have been approved by your board, just with the different list of properties that's attached. At this point, I think given the previous discussions, the the appropriate background's probably been provided. If you have particular questions about properties that are included in this sale or any other part of the process, please let me know, and I'm happy to answer them.
That was April 30th through May 3rd?
May 30th through June 3rd.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to open it up to the public first and see if there's anyone that has any comments about this item. Anyone on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. That weird salamander piece that we pulled from the previous one has not been added back into this one, right?
Salamander, I'm sorry, is that the...
that weird overlay one in the city of Clear Lake?
The Clear Lake parcel, I think it cut through 7 different properties. I do not believe it is. I will make
I don't
a
think it
note.
is. I just wanted to double check.
Okay.
I wish there was a map to be able to really tell, but it's
Yeah, it was our intention to pull that until the city determined what it wished to do, with the caveat that I think we're only a year or two away from our deadline to auction it if the city does not come up with an alternative solution. So it was my intention to give them the max amount of time that we could.
Okay.
But I'll verify that property is not included.
Please, thank you.
All right.
And with that, I offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
All right, Supervisor Owen?
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, resolution passes. Thank you very much, Patrick, for that. We will go ahead and move on to 7.5. Let me read that, sorry. Wow. So it's a consideration of following advisory board appointments: Animal Control Advisory Board and Lake County Child Care Planning and Development Council. We'll start out with Animal Control Advisory Board. It's 2 vacancies. There are 2 seats. Just 2 vacancies. Bruce Robinson he's a new applicant for member at large, and Janet Zumwalt for new applicant District 1. I don't know if there's any comment here. I know that's in your district, Supervisor Owen.
No.
All right. And so I'll open it up to the public for any comments on this appointment. Not seeing any, bring it back to the board for action.
Chair, I move to approve Bruce Robinson to member at large Animal Control and Janet Zumwalt to District 1 Animal Control.
A second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Next is the Lake County Child Care Planning and Development Council, 5 vacancies. 1 community representative, 2 consumer, 1 child care provider, and 1 discretionary appointee. Looks like we have 5. Jamie Castaldo, community representative, and Angel Copa, discretionary appointee, Sunny Dawn, new applicant, child care provider, Megan Handy, incumbent consumer, and Sulema Perez Cruz, incumbent consumer. Jamie and Angel are also incumbents. So with that, are there any questions or comments about these appointments? And so I'll open it up to the public to see if there are any comments, any on Zoom, and I will bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the appointments of those that you listed and in the positions you listed.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Did I miss any non-timed items except for calendars?
No, there are not.
Okay. And so I will open it up to calendars, 7.1. I'm going to start, and I'm going to forego my calendar until next week. So if there's anyone else that would like to go next.
I'll forego mine as well. Time's sake.
Oh, we can do that. I have a bunch of fire meetings coming up in the next few days, and then getting back with constituents. I have Canocti tomorrow, the Canocti Summit Fire, and I have 4 meetings. I think 2 of them are fire, and then I have Caltrans and Recreation on Thursday. So.
All right.
I'm going to give you a brief update of some of the things that I did on the trip that were outside of the conference, because I think they're really important. So Friday, the first day that we were there, I joined Heidi Hall from Nevada County and Ann Cottrell from Napa County with Paragon. And we took several meetings with Senate banking staffers on the majority side and the minority side, with the push to urge the federal government to take a role in the insurance crisis, because they haven't They continue to say that's a state issue, but it is not. All the states are really having a hard time, and we are using federal dollars to mitigate the risk and increase insurability. Those were my arguments from what the work we're doing here. And then I did meet with Senator Padilla directly about the $10 million in frozen USDA community wildfire defense grants that is impacting our community right now. These are projects with Clerk, SSCRA, and some other, and the RCD. Those are projects that are on hold, and we really need to get them done before fire season. And then the FEMA Reform Task Force, which, by the way, I just want to give a huge shout out to staff. The report that they compiled telling our story was one of the best ones that they received, and it was great to be able to put that in everybody's hands. Some of the other counties produced data, but ours was the only one that had a story. So very big thanks to everybody that worked on that. But we met directly with White House staffers, and the idea was, well, there was 18 of us elected from around the country, and some other staffers from different offices. Everybody agrees that we need FEMA. FEMA does need some improvements. So kind of told the stories of what's in our story. I think it was impactful, so I'm glad I was there. And I think I'll stop there, but there are some things I think I'll bring up next week that I'm working with Congressman Thompson's office. There are quite a number of leases that are listed on the DOJ website that for closures that will directly impact a lot of the projects that are very important to this board. So when I have more information back from Luca, maybe we can talk about it then. And then this week I have to, tomorrow we're having our Fireway Summit with Konocti Fire Safe Council, and then the water for fire suppression town hall in Lower Lake. And then I'm driving to Chico because there's a regional meeting for CSAC on Thursday, and I'm presenting on the panel for disaster preparedness. And then I will be back Thursday night, which you're going to cover that. The rec agency, 4 o'clock on Thursday. I probably won't be back in time, so you'll be able to do that. You got the invite?
Yes.
And then I've got the Sunrise Rotary in the evening, so I'll be back for that one for sure. Those were the big ones that I wanted to get to.
All right.
I'll pen mine until next week.
All right. All right. With that, we will go ahead and move on to closed session. Just read them off anyhow, even though. So 8.1, public employee evaluation, register of voters. 8.2, public employee evaluation, air pollution control officer. We conducted 8.3 already. 8.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9D1 for proceeding number P77 Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. With that, we'll go into closed session. Should I announce that we're going to be doing? We're going to be doing 8.1 and 8.2, the evaluations next week, or a date to be determined. So with that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.